Once again, for those who are not familiar, NotSoErudite by this time has a fairly dense history of inflating her credentials.
Like, just for everybody who's here who didn't go over all of this last time or doesn't understand
Oh
where
no,
all
you
this
didn't
came
go over
from.
this hyper autistic
Yes.
conversation before?
And I saw that he was continuing to say that I had threatened to dox him.
DK couldn't take that as him giving him the information and doxing him?
No,
If that
it's
was the
already
correct
out.
information?
It was, not only was it not out, but we had DM'd Sunday.
Here's counterpoints. Saying Chud took a DGG hit for saying
DK is probably one of the worst, most degenerate types of like drama farming people in the entire fucking sphere.
So apparently Tomfoolery and Erudite's embellic husband just put my docs on screen.
Well, you said you didn't have a lot of time, but I did want to ask a question about that.
I got a question for you first. I got to deal. That's absurd, Tom.
That in and of itself, no. Like I said, the diploma, the experience, and the fact
But that's
that
all she
she's
has.
working.
For what it's worth, just if there's anything productive to be said here, obsessive compulsive disorder is like, or obsessive compulsive personality disorder, a variety of these different things. They're a big deal. I'm not gonna say that I was suicidal, but I do think that it is like worth knowing that just because a person is not going to kill themselves doesn't mean that they're not in an extremely bad place. If you ever have a person in your life that is like obsessed with suicide but never does it, doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing it for attention, doesn't necessarily mean that they're like just like fucking psycho crazy. You can have like an obsession with the idea of like suicide is retributive. It's like it's a fucked up thing, but it happens with PTSD a lot. So whatever.
I think if you're threatening suicide for retribution, that's probably a little psycho crazy. That's a bit out there.
Consider it in your own lives. That's all I would say about it.
The fellow you just heard speaking goes by the name Tuna Chip online. On May 18th, he appeared in the voice chat of ChudLogic's Discord server, arguing in favor of antinatalism, with a rather disturbing fixation on his sense that he had some moral duty to end his own life. I was present for some of the tail end of this conversation, and was pleasantly surprised to see that people were being remarkably generous and gentle in how they handled him. There were disagreements, but overall it represented an unusual degree of conscientiousness on the part of a usually not very conscientious community. Kyla, who goes by the name NotSoErudite online, who I have engaged with in the past concerning related ethical violations, not the least relevant that she has a long history of fudging her qualifications to justify, among other things, charging a $40, now raised to $50 fee to recommend psychiatrists or therapists to vulnerable audience members.
We went over all of this stuff. It doesn't seem as though he's correct on this. I don't know that we have anything verifiable that says that he's definitely wrong. But she has posted like a bunch of stuff that's like showing credentials, showing like degrees that she's gotten, showing classes that she's taken. And so yeah, I think that he's making these statements way too strongly, as though he knows what's going on, and he obviously doesn't. Like, every time he posts all of his evidence, he's filling in a lot of gaps to then say she's definitely fraudulent or something like that, and it seems a little out there.
Caught wind that someone was possibly engaging in suicidal ideation in ChudLogic server, and immediately jumped in to insert herself and her quote-unquote service.
And I don't know why he says like
server, and immediately that someone was possibly or therapists to vulnerable audience members.
That she offers these services to vulnerable audience members, when like all therapists are offering their services to vulnerable people. I don't know why this is a thing. I don't know why this matters. But these are the DMs from Tuna Chip. They're nice people mostly. I'm just friends with all those people because they like me. I don't watch Mr. Girl. I guess I punch myself sometimes, but that's whatever. With knives or whatever. I don't self-harm. I don't have POCD. It's crap, I'm blanking on this. It's personality. I'm blanking on this hardcore. I'm diagnosed with OCD and I can't even remember this. I'm too tired for this. I'm way too tired for this. I'm not even tired. It's the freaking migraine, dude. The migraine's what's killing me right now. Nobody's got it for me. Nobody's gonna throw me a bone here. PDF file obsessive compulsive disorder. Okay. Morning, to be honest. Let's see. Hop in the VC, homie, bro. I never said that. I said that I have obsessive compulsion towards killing myself. Fine.
Caught wind that someone was possibly engaging in suicidal ideation in ChudLogic server, and immediately jumped in to insert herself and her quote-unquote service. Once again, for those who are not familiar, NotSoErudite by this time has a fairly dense history of inflating her credentials, and then correcting the record weeks to months later when some savvy viewer calls her out. This would be relatively insignificant if she didn't happily allow misperceptions ranging from her having a graduate degree to being a full-fledged psychologist to having an actual therapeutic practice, to sell actual medical services and to make authoritative statements on psychology and mental health to an uninformed public. But she does do this, and this incident with Tuna Chip is an example of one of the more potentially dangerous instances of that. Here are NotSoErudite's actual credentials for the perplexed. Kyla has a graduate diploma in psychological assessment. This is a 6-course-long program that is not the equivalent of a graduate degree, and essentially prepares students to administer and read paper tests. She's essentially a lab assistant. She likes to self-describe as a psychometrist or a psychometrician, but she is actually neither, as these are vocational titles in Canada, which according...
Oh, and then I missed one.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, Brian Anderson. Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. Go join your local gym. It's definitely a healthy option for you. Local YMCA. Find God. I don't want to be murdered. I feel guilty existing. That's all it is. And then Rhinox screenshot this and posted it. I feel like I should be murdered. Maybe I never heard about this person before. I think that's unrelated. Stop trauma dumping to spicy, please. So yeah, that's where a lot of this started.
Dave became a member.
Dave, let's go. Let's get some cheers in chat for Dave.
To her own professor are inappropriate to use unless she is employed under either title. But she uses these labels anyway because to a layperson they seem impressive and give her an air of authority. She is also a licensed addictions counselor. She likes to tout this one a lot, but this one is actually even less impressive. Canada has a very poor history of oversight when it comes to counseling and therapy. Kyla is a licensed addictions counselor because while working for Adiera, a faith-based, she's usually very quiet about this detail, addiction recovery center, she gained the hours of clinical experience necessary to satisfy the requirements for the addictions counselor license that only became available for the first time while she was working at that facility. A facility that treats church attendance and prayer as key elements, quote-unquote, of its program. So, when NotSoErudite says she is a licensed addictions counselor, she is dressing up the fact that she worked for a spell.
Bible studies, devotion, church attendance, and prayer are key elements of our program. Wait, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't change the science at all, does it? Why would that... Are they telling people to just, like, pray their mental illness away? That's not... It sounds like that's the implication here, but that's not what I'm getting from this.
Was working at that facility.
Like, every AA and NA meeting I've ever been to has some sort of, like, faith-based process to it. Though, I mean, NA and AA aren't, like, the most... They're not foolproof processes whatsoever. They just happen to be the most popular and the ones that seem to have caught on the best, and if it works, it works. But yeah, there's, like, I don't think anybody would be like, oh no, don't go to NA or AA. There's faith-based parts to it. Before I came to Adiera, my life was okay. I was 10 months sober when I first arrived. However, that doesn't mean life was always good. I struggled to maintain sobriety, especially in small community. Like, yeah, it seems like the faith part is just one part of it. And I think faith seems to be like a good thing for addicts. Even if you don't believe in God, I think that most people can recognize that this can be helpful to addicts to kind of put faith in something else besides themselves and take some of the weight off their own shoulders and feel like it's not everything is in their hands, not everything is within their control. I think most people are able to recognize at least that much. Canada has a massive problem with widespread non-religion is rampant and non-regulation of therapy. Misconduct is rampant and practically none of this is seriously monitored. You're reading advertisements as data, my dude.
A facility that treats church attendance and prayer as key elements, quote-unquote, of its program. So, when NotSoErudite says she is a licensed addictions counselor, she is dressing up the fact that she worked for a spell at a facility specializing in preying mental illness away. This is a person who bullshits her credentials to
Oh, he actually says praying mental illness away.
Mental illness away. This is a person who bullshits her credentials to seem authoritative in the areas of mental health and psychology, and inserts herself into conversations involving individuals she has reason to believe are psychologically vulnerable in order to sell her brand and her quote-unquote services. The problem is that NotSoErudite has very little knowledge when it comes to the actual treatment of mental illness. She is qualified to administer tests, not to diagnose or to decide that this specialist is more appropriate than some other specialist for some particular patient's needs. And moreover, she is also brazenly taking money from patients, which may impact which services they can actually afford in the end.
I like the addition of the music in the background. That was a good idea, putting the organs back there.
Effectively limiting their treatment options via her involvement.
As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists.
He's using the thing that I use in my video. You know, on my BRB screen where like the beat drops and then I start splitting off into a bunch of different pieces and coming back together. That's what's happening here.
Sometimes I give you 4 depending on your complex needs that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact. So what I'm going to do first is just vet against the psychologists. So probably what I'm going to do for this individual for price ranges, since I'm offering a service as well, as psychologists are going to be more expensive than like typically somebody who's just like a licensed therapist. So I'm probably going to send her 2 psychologists and then a licensed therapist as a third option in case she needs a little bit of a lower price.
Despite, as you can clearly see, that NotSoErudite's contribution, such as it is, to the process of finding a therapist for her clients, amounts to doing a quick input into a publicly accessible search engine, a task as technically complex as doing a quick Google search, she intimidates potential clients by citing the confusing process of, quote, navigating all the letters, profession, designations, and treatment modalities, unquote, to justify taking $50 from clients she acknowledges may be financially vulnerable as well. This is not only extremely unethical, this is extremely dangerous. And this is the context for the conversation you're about to see, in which Kyla jumps onto ChudLogic's stream to defend her conduct with respect to Tuna Chip, and I, on a whim, jump in right after. Enjoy.
Thanks. Have a good one, mate.
Okay. Make sure that you go ahead and give some gift subs to everybody that's soy nodding right there. See you later.
Okay.
What does soy nodding mean? Like I get that it's like a meme or something like that, but what does it actually mean? Is there like a meaning behind it or what? I get it's like an emote, but I'm asking, like, there's got to be some meaning to the meme, right? Like ironic acknowledgement of a woke take. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. So you're like ironically agreeing. Okay.
How you doing? Hello?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you kicked me earlier. I just want to reiterate. I don't have a problem.
Oh, because you were sorry, you were muted. That was all.
Yeah.
Is that Benny?
Yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not annoyed about it. I like spicy chat. I like DK. I like Stylo. I just think some of the stuff was kind of bad, but I don't think that you should moderate it or get rid of it or anything. So, you can have places where people do some fucked up things sometimes. It's kind of fun sometimes. I just wanted to plug my Twitch channel.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Whoa. Go ahead quickly, but what's going on now?
Benny got stuck in a weird spot here. Benny's probably sitting there like, Crap. What did I just walk into?
Twitch.tv/yo kami YOYOKAMI. I play Apex Legends sometimes.
Great advertisement too. Great ad spot, dude. He got the freaking Super Bowl ad spot right there. Right before this, where everybody then can go review it. It ends up in President Sunday's video. It ends up on everybody else's channels. Well done, Benny. Well done.
So,
okay, what is going on here? Is this comfortable? Is this normal? This is a bit awkward, isn't it?
Swell.
Us three in a voice chat.
Yeah, I'm just going to clarify what DK said because it was a little bit of a misnarrative of what went on. So when I entered the chat, I entered because I think Danny Tugo had messaged me saying, "Hey."
He's giving like baseball coach signals to somebody like.
There's somebody who's decently suicidal. Would you be willing to just come in and check on him? And I was like, you know what? I like Tuna Chip. So I popped in, saw there was 35. I said, hey, Tuna, heard you're not doing well. Look, if you would like to chat with me, we can. I'm not going to do it in a group of 35. It sounds like DK was frustrated because there was multiple people who had said this. I wasn't privy. I was driving around. I was doing groceries and errands in the city. DK made a comment about like how that's crappy.
Girl.
Sorry?
So you type while you're driving. That's interesting.
So I was getting groceries, which means that I was in the parking lot, right?
All right, fair enough.
Okay, good try.
Oh! President Sunday just got wrecked, bro. Riggedy wrecked. President Sunday with the massive L, bro. Damn. I would have edited that out. I would have been like, ugh. Crap.
The sick dub that President Sunday has is because, of course, I didn't know anything about the situation because I wasn't part of it until I joined.
She charges a service as a
to chat.
Okay, Sunday, come on, just look.
I do. You're correct. I do.
Yeah, you do. You charge money for it for their complex needs.
So, as a reminder, I, good faith, have let you know about your docs, but you are aware that I have your information, and I also have lawyers that work with me. So I'm going to encourage you really strongly to be smart about the conversation.
I haven't made a phone call yet, bitch, but I am.
I know it's not you, Chad. You're good. You're good.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference between you and me. You doxed yourself. If you dox me, you actually are crossing the line.
I don't dox people. I'm not going to dox you. In fact, I reached out to you privately, despite you trying to end my career and accuse me of federal crimes, to let you know about your dox, because at the end of the day, even if I think you're a bad person, I would want to know as well. That's why I let you know privately. But I'm also
you let me know privately to psych me out.
No. That's how you can read it.
No, your husband let me know privately to let me know you know who I am.
So I understand that you see the world
which
as
is
like
why
all
the
of
first, which is why you preface that,
conniving
which is
people,
why you preface
but
that
that's not
by
what's
saying,
going on.
which is why you preface that by saying, I have lawyers and I know who you are.
Yes,
right?
that is correct, because you accused me of falsifying my credentials.
President Sunday said, at Tomfoolery, watch Chud tomorrow. Nick doxed me today on record. Except fireworks. Oh, expect fireworks. I got the fireworks part. Thank you.
You did. Which you did. Which you did. You said you have a graduate degree. You typed it out.
Just to be clear.
That's a fact.
Hold on.
You do not.
Hold on.
You do not.
I'm threatening you with legal action.
Bring
not
it.
Doxing you.
Bring it.
I would prefer
Bring
not
it.
to.
Make my day.
Okay,
please.
Can we just? Okay.
I beg you.
Let's just
to go back to the narrative of what's going on. I offered it to Tuna, and at this point, I knew that we had a suicidal person, and I did not know if they had a therapist. After talking to Tuna, he let me know that he's had a therapist for 10 years, which means he doesn't need one. But of course, if I think someone's suicidal, one of the most important things is trying to link them up with services. Of course. And that is completely.
And who sells a service? Do you know when she said, I won't charge him? After she was pressed about it, because I said in Spicy Chat, if she starts charging him for this service, somebody who's suicidal, she jumps in opportunistically and tries to get this person on her service, I will report her to a university.
You're
Because
just
I
like
haven't yet.
you're just
But I
assuming
will.
you're just assuming a bunch of stuff about my mental state, which is what you've done every single time.
No, I'm assuming you have no soul, which I think is accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's saying, hey, she jumped in to offer this service. She was saying, oh, somebody's suicidal. I can go get them to pay me a $50 fee so I can recommend them a therapist. And he's saying that then they were all like, yo, you better not be like, you know, hunting this dude down just so you can get the $50. And she's saying, how do you know I was planning on charging him $50 already? How did you know that you are the one who convinced me not to do it and that I didn't already plan on not charging him? She said, maybe I already didn't plan on charging him and you're just kind of throwing that accusation out there.
Sure, no soul. We'll go with that instead.
None.
Okay, so you think that I'm a really awful person,
I
which means that
think you are a pathological liar. I think you and your husband both, your entire shtick is to get the cheapest, lowest effort degree possible and to stretch it as far as humanly possible with rubes to make an easy buck.
Okay, so
that's what I think about you.
I understand that.
Yeah.
It's been clearly shown through me and through Pisco that you're lying, that you've.
But it hasn't been clearly shown by me to any of the places that currently employ you. That is an option. That is a card that I still have. So let me be abundantly clear. If I catch you trying to sell services you're not qualified to make to vulnerable people, I will make sure, and I will call under my name, the specific organizations that currently employ you, the ones that license you, and the ones that will be extremely angry when they find out what you're doing.
So I've talked to all of these individuals. They know who you are.
Yes, you talk to professors who like you. You talk to the organization that probably taught you the whole grift. You work for what, like a faith healing place?
No, I don't work for Adira anymore.
Yeah, but that's what you did. When you say, hey, look, I'm a qualified counselor, and use that to justify saying you have a graduate degree to refer to yourself in the general as like we psychologists and so on and so forth as a therapist.
I can assure you, I know my life better than you. You are just lying.
Yeah, I know. You really have to when you lie constantly when that's the basis of your entire career.
In this conversation, you said that I work for Adira. I haven't worked for Adira for 3 years.
But you have worked for Adira.
That's true. I worked for them in the past, but you implied in this conversation
you became a licensed counselor through them because you had been doing hours with a faith healing organization when it became the case that you were able to register as a licensed counselor.
Just because I don't want, so my workplace is actually like this former workplace is notified of you because they actually received multiple messages as a response of your thing. And just so it's clear, this faith healing center is fully accredited by the Canadian Accreditation Services.
Do you know how that came to be? Do you know what the conditions of being accredited were? For those who are perplexed, running for a certain number of hours prior to the accreditation becoming viable.
It's absolutely not the requirement process. The accreditation process at the center typically takes about a week, where the accreditors come out, they interview multiple staff members, they interview multiple people. The idea that as long as some center's been open for 3 days, to assume that the Canadian Accreditation College,
I didn't say 3 days.
A certain number of hours.
Where'd you get 3 days from? Where'd you get 3 days from?
Nice try.
Where'd you get 3 days? Where did you get 3 days from? You pulled up a number.
I made it up. I did. I just pull up a number. Yes. You're implying.
But then what are you saying if you just made up a number?
Can I finish my sentence, please?
I don't care if you finish your sentence.
I know you don't. You'd like to just peddle your narrative.
I really don't.
You're implying.
I really don't.
Chud, do you mind if I just like?
Yeah, sorry. Come on, Sunday. Come on. Chill out. Let's go.
Thank you.
Erudite.
All right, I'm chilling.
You're implying.
I'm chilling.
That a Canadian accredited service for addiction counseling that is accrediting multiple private institutions, some of the best institutions, by the way, across Canada, is so lackadaisical in their addiction counseling like accreditation services that essentially
this is actually an infamous problem in Canada. We have
So we did go over this on stream when his first video came out. We had to do a lot of research distinguishing the differences between different titles and the requirements and schooling and all of that stuff to make sense of all of it. does seem like there are slightly lower standards for these things in Canada than in the US. For one of the titles. I don't remember all of this. It was all very convoluted and complicated and took a while to get the knots out, but I think we got it all. But yes, they had slightly lower standards. Nothing that seemed like super necessary or a big deal at the time, as far as I remember.
We have a serious problem in Canada where we have almost no oversight over people in this area. It's a very serious problem. Kooks abound.
Sure. So now not only are you attacking me and lying about me, you're lying about a treatment center you know.
No, I'm not lying about you at all. Every claim I have made about you, I have produced documentation to establish.
So you have actively augmented, you cut.
What's your graduate degree in, Kyla? What's it in? What's your graduate degree?
I have a graduate diploma in psychology.
Yeah, whoa, that's you're very careful not to say degree, but you said degree then. You typed it out. Why did you say graduate degree? Why did you say you have a graduate degree?
Have you not checked that message? I made an edit and said, sorry guys, I shouldn't have typed graduate degree.
You didn't edit, actually. I have the message. You typed it out, a long paragraph. You edited it before you published it.
Come on, Tom. She tries to act with more authority as a psychologist. I haven't seen that. If that's a thing, you can send it over to me in Discord. I remember one thing. Where she said, I have a degree in psychometry, I think is what she said. And then she later corrected it and said I should have said it like I took classes or something like that. But that's very different than the claim that you just made. That is very different than what you just said.
So I typed it out and then I went back after you pointed out that I said graduate degree and edited it to clarify it.
After I did, really? After I did? Wow. Yeah. So once you were caught, you fixed it. So it wasn't a lie then. That's amazing.
You realize your evidence of all of me fabricating my credentials
is you fabricating your credentials.
One Discord message in Spicy Chat. That's what you have. That's what you're staking all of this on. Whereas I've shown you multiple bouts of evidence. I've showed you the psychological measure that I developed.
You are not qualified. You are not qualified to diagnose a patient's complex needs and to send them to a therapist out of state.
I do not do that, and you're assuming a lot of things about my services.
You said it with your own mouth. Yes, you did.
I've never said that I diagnose clients and send them to therapists. You realize that you
send them to therapists on the basis of their complex needs. For you to assess their complex needs and to send them to a therapist on that basis, that requires something to the domain of the diagnostic. You are judging their conditions from a position of ignorance and being untrained in that area.
So you have to realize that just because you understand literally nothing about my field, it doesn't make you right. It just makes you look silly and wrong.
I'm not convinced that you understand anything about your field. It seems like it doesn't even matter if you do. It seems like you can just say whatever you like.
By which you do assessment and recommendations. If you look at most services.
No, I'm really not interested in your song and dance, Kyla. It's very old.
Recommendations.
It's very old.
Okay, well, we'll let her speak at least. Go
on. If you offer services where you recommend therapists, there are plenty of these services out there. They're wonderful. And you look at the average education required for this, and it's not very high. You don't need high-level services because typically when you make recommendations for therapy, you don't base it on diagnosis. You recommend them to professionals who do the proper assessment. For example, when I have people come to me who are looking for diagnosis, I immediately recommend them to neuropsychologists or clinical psychologists, or if necessary, medical doctors as well, that I don't recommend, but I give them names of individuals in the space.
Neither of which are fields about which you have any training.
When you talk about
neither of which are fields about which you are any training. No, this is a very basic.
Specialists who work in areas like anxiety.
Okay, so this is
it doesn't require a diagnosis.
This is the shtick.
Okay,
this is the shtick. Okay,
wait. It sounds like Erudite is trying to get something out, and you're just cutting her off. So,
but she's just filling the air at this point.
I'm really not.
She
I'm
really
not.
is.
So
Yes,
me
because
walking you through the process by which I know you
she's
would
walked
like.
over the actual point. She's walked over the actual point,
Right.
which is that in order to
Chud, we can't
distinguish,
forget that I
in
made
order
one
to in
spicy
order
chat
to
where I said
distinguish,
language
in which you lied about your credentials, and it wasn't just one. Now, here's the crucial point. You cannot distinguish between a neurologist, a psychologist, a therapist, unless you have training that actually allows you to judge.
So she's saying the only time this happened was in a chat, like a Discord chat, and she deleted it afterwards, I believe is what she said. And then he's saying there's other times as well, if I'm getting this right.
Judge between them, and you do
This is
not.
not true. This
You
is
do
not
not.
true.
You have a
This is
diploma. You
not
have a
true.
fast-track diploma, the
Okay.
short and easy one in
So,
assessment.
you're
That does not
making stuff
qualify
up.
you to judge
You are
between
making stuff
therapists
up.
and
You are making
psychologists and
stuff up.
psychiatrists and
You are making
neurologists
stuff
and
up.
so on and so forth.
So to explain, lay people can tell the difference between a neurologist, a psychiatrist, and a psychologist because the burden of outlining the specialty of an expert is
Well, I
on
mean,
the
you would
expert.
think that because
Having
you're a
good
lay
communication
person,
with
Kyla.
experts
Okay, just
is
right. Let's stop the fucking just making points. We don't need to
My
do the
partner
posturing.
just walked in. I can't pursue this any further, unfortunately.
Oh,
But
how
Godspeed to both of you.
Okay. When it comes to the
So it sounded like what she was trying to say there is that those are already distinguished based on the titles that they're using. It's on the authority in that scenario to actually label themselves correctly. Imagine this person dealing with vulnerable clients.
Okay. When it comes to the topics, dark triad.
Guys.
Okay.
Good night, everybody.
When it comes to the topics of dark triad, of sociopathy, of psychopathy, shut the fuck up, Ashley. Nobody gives a fuck. Shut the fuck up.
Oh
Chill,
my,
bro.
oh my
Can
goodness.
you chill?
Wait, no, hang on.
Wait, Kyla, you got muted, guys. Everybody.
Unmute Kyla.
Nice to Ashley.
Can you please?
When it comes to the topics relating to psychology in any way, I am your expert, okay? I just fucking am. And every single time I talk in an educational tone, if you feel condescended to, that's a fucking self-report on you. If you don't know the words that I'm using, if my vocab's too big for you, if Kevin's too fucking smart for you, that's on you, bitch. That's your personal offense. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you feel offended. Be offended. Be more offended, okay? If you can't keep up with a fucking conversation, if you don't know what a fucking analogy is, I don't give a shit that you feel condescended to. You should. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed to talk in public and sound so fucking stupid.
Wait, who was it? Rao who was saying that in the last clip, she claims to be a psychologist? Wasn't that Rao who said that? Rao? Rao, isn't that what you said? Where's this clip from? It's a Playing with Fire clip. I think it's funny. I know lots of people are like, how could somebody who's a therapist and blah, blah, blah be this, that, and the other? I didn't claim that? Okay. Somebody did. I know somebody in chat said it. Oof. That's all right. One of y'all said it, but okay. It was Rao? I thought so. So, the saga goes on. Like I said, I'm no expert here. She called herself an expert on psychology. Doesn't she have a degree in psychology? No, she doesn't have a degree in psychometry. Unless she had like a graduate degree with or an undergrad degree with honors diploma. Okay, with honors in psychology. Okay, a graduate diploma. Yeah, we went through this last time, and that's generally the equivalent. There are so many freaking DMs. Okay. So this is Nick O'Teen. Her boyfriend? Husband? Husband. 2/22/2023. Yo, Mr. President, this is Nick, Erudite's husband. I just wanted to reach out. I have some important information that you may already be aware of, but if you're not, I would like to make sure that you are. If you have some time today or in the near future, just let me know. If you're willing, I would like to have a short voice convo with you. It shouldn't take long, at least 5 minutes, at most 10. Let me know if you're open. Nothing to do with Erudite or your new video, by the way. He underlined the time, said tried to reach out months ago, right in the middle of Sunday's takedown videos, but ignored me. He DMs me to say I'm saying very bad, mean things that will get Kyla in trouble, so I bring it up again to make sure he knows. I don't, my glasses broke, so bear with me here, guys, okay? I wanted to let you know, so this is 4/6/2023, so this is a month and a half later, something like that. No. Yeah, just a little over a month later, sorry. I wanted to let you know that someone is circulating your docs. I don't like you. I think you're a bad person, but I don't think you should be doxxed. You might already be aware of it now, so I might not have anything useful to offer you. That was authentic. You're actually setting yourself up for a world of hurt if this spirals out. Bad decision, especially since there's no way to tell what norms you and Kyla will be judged by years from now. What? Can you show me? Sure, give me a second. It wasn't like your full docs. If I'm remembering correctly, it was and then the information is blacked out. Yeah, swing and a miss. Who was posting it? The original DM was to Kyla's Discord. I'll have to wait till she's off stream to find out for you. It wasn't a swing and a miss though. They had pictures of you on their website. I don't think I saved them anywhere since I'm not trying to do anything with it. Think it through for a second. If they got my docs from a photograph, then they already must have known who I was to have located the picture. Nick said, I mean, I have no idea how they found the docs. President Sunday said, you can trust me then that it's a swing and a miss. I won't elaborate. Nick said, are you saying it's a made-up website? Okay, anyways, the other thing was, and then another docs that's retracted. That one didn't have any pictures or anything, so much less relevant. More dox info retracted. President Sunday said it wasn't by chance someone called Max or Maxell who sent Kyla that info, was it? Nicotine. More dox info redacted. President Sunday said, awful pictures, aren't they? Nick said, I don't believe so. He was responding to whether or not it was Max or Maxell. Then on the awful pictures part, Nick said, I actually think you look great in the team photo. No joke. Fuck. I'm sorry. I can't remember who it was. I'll check with Kyla right after her stream and let you know. President Sunday said, appreciated. Nick, thumbs up. Nick said, seriously though, I have no intention of using any of this. I really hate this sort of behavior. It's really petty. President Sunday said, it's fine. It's an inevitability when you face reveal anyway. Nicotine, another dox info redacted. This was the only other one. Not sure if this one is you or not, or if you could even get it taken down anyways. Oh, wait. Did I? Whoops. Okay, so all of that happened on 4/6/2023. The end of that group of messages from when President Sunday said it's fine, it's an inevitability. Nick said, yeah, I agree that it's inevitable. I don't think that makes people doing it any less awful though. Anyways, best of luck. I'll take your advice into account. April 8th. So now it is over 3 months later. Or no, sorry. I'm sorry. It's about a month later. Sorry. President Sunday said, LOL, I'll definitely look into it. Find out the name of the one sharing the docs, by the way. The next day, Nick said, my bad. Have been getting a shit ton of fitness advice DMs since this whole fitness drama, LOL. So it was someone with a burner. So it was someone with a burner account that was contacting people in multiple communities. We only got informed, I guess, from other people in those communities, not the original doxer. There was some speculation that it was someone out of Mr. Girl's community, but as far as I can tell, there's not really any good evidence to substantiate that. Which other communities were contacted? President Sunday asked. Nicotine said, I don't really trust you as a moral actor to not try and spin it some kind of way if I tell you what communities it came out of. For one community, it was literally like burner@gmail, and the others were saying your name and business name in live stream chats. I will say, we didn't hear anything from anybody out of DGG directly, though, which is sort of odd. LOL. President Sunday said, that's not odd at all. Which live stream chat? How recently? Nick said this was months ago. Let me see when I sent the message. President Sunday said, ah, I see. Nicotine. 222. He's sending the messages from the other person. I think I contacted you a day or two after we were made aware. And as for chats, the one I've seen personally were in YouTube chat. Chud's YouTube chat. I don't imagine any of these were the original leaker, though, just people who had seen it saying your name, the chats, that is. President Sunday said, and the Discord DMs were from whom? Nick said, the Discord DMs were from someone just reporting that it was happening. And like I said, I'm not willing to release where that came from or where that came out of. The aforementioned reasons, the live stream chat, though, I think are fine for you to be aware of them. Hope you can understand my hesitance. President Sunday said, LOL, yeah, I think I do. You're not a fantastic liar, you know that? As if Chud's community wouldn't have been all over that immediately and constantly. I guess Nick added paranoid anime villain. Is Nick the one adding the narration here? Yeah, red text is Nick. Okay. So yeah, he said he's not a fantastic liar. Nick said, I don't know what to tell you, man. There were people referring to you as blank. President Sunday said, show me. Nick said, if you don't believe me, that's fine. I have nothing to gain here. I don't have screenshots, and this was a month ago. Or this was months ago. I honestly thought your docs would have been way more circulated by now, considering that there were people using your name in both chats. But it doesn't seem to be going around much. If you want as specific of a timeline as I can possibly give you, I'll try to draft up real quick. President Sunday said, no, I think we're good here. Nick said, February 20th or 21st. We're contacted from one particular community that there has been an email sent from a burner account with what seems to be your private information. February 22nd, I try to contact you about it, make you aware of it. You don't respond, and I don't press further. February 26th, I think we get the first DM about it from somewhere else. Early March, Kyla tells me that someone called you blank or something to that effect when she was talking about you on stream. Days later, I can't be sure how long you're being mentioned on Chud's stream, and there's maybe 2 people that refer to you as blank, a cheeky sort of way, rather than calling you Sunday, Lunday, or the president as you are generally referred to. Nick went on to say, I can't tell if this is, so he's responding to Sunday saying, no, I think we're good here. Nick said, I can't tell if this is meant to be foreboding or if I should take it at face value. Are you planning on trying to drum up some weird shit? Can I get confirmation that you're not going to try to drum up something weird in public out of these DMs? I reached out exclusively because we wanted you to be aware that your dox is circulating. We wanted you to be aware of the 2 public locations that people were accusing or accessing your dox, i.e., your workplace and photos as well as your blank. We are not threatening you. I will not under any circumstances be releasing your docs. We just wanted you to have a heads up. The only reason for contacting you is out of our principles alone. President Sunday responded a day later and said, muted this, wasn't being ominous. No, I'm not drumming up weird shit. I can't imagine what you think I would be drumming up in any case. Nick added, didn't age well. So Nick responded with a thumbs up. Glad to hear that. Best of luck to you. Nicotine then also responded, you're a smart guy. I'm sure you could figure something out if you wanted to. And President Sunday said, don't give me ideas. Nick added, in red, I guess I gave him some ideas. No good deed goes unpunished by the likes of President one day. Okay. I think I got everything there. President Sunday. I assume this is in spicy chat. Said, DK, am I correct in assuming that Nick gave you what he thinks is my docs in that private VC? DK said, yes, sir. To the 4 of us in there. And President Sunday replied with a meme that said, well, there it is. Well, it sounds like he doesn't think it's his docs because I thought President Sunday said it wasn't his docs and the other stuff. Trying to make sure there's nothing here. Give me a second. Let me go over this real quick. So I don't have context for this one. So this just looks like President Sunday posted the screenshots of their conversation somewhere. Sunday released his own info in spicy chat by not retracting when he releases the DMs. Oh. So it doesn't even matter. Let's say Nick goes and tells everybody. President Sunday already released this information anyways. So okay. So yeah, these are the screenshots of President Sunday posting it in spicy with his information redacted here. And we DM'd him and warned him he missed a retraction. Retraction, redaction, it's all the same. So DK responded when President Sunday was like, oh, okay. So now I know that they're releasing my information. DK says, he was saying he thinks I could be a doxer and that I am of low moral character and yet gave me what he thought was your full name. DK really stirring up some stuff here, man. DK really stirring it up. President Sunday, so somebody added NotSoErudite and said, correct, we told him that we did not trust him with that info and that we were sure he understood, to which he said he did. President Sunday replies to that by saying, yes, because I don't trust you either. And unlike you, I'm not hiding a mysterious doxer who used a burner account, who I'm sure is loosely associated with DGG and definitely isn't some cringelord named Nick or his brain-dead wife, whose BMI I know for some reason. Pisco on Twitter heard President Sunday repeat allegations of credential fraud versus NotSoErudite, what he now calls fudging qualifications with respect to psychometrist and psychometrician. Reminder, Sunday walked back allegations as to psychometrist when I asked him about it. Yeah, I thought he did. That's the way I took it as well. Is this a clip or... No, this is the whole thing. Okay. Pisco should take some adult English classes. I don't know why he's so proud of being publicly unfit to match two laypersons. Kyla is qualified to call herself a psychometrist or psychometrician in Canada only if she holds a job with that title. Don't hire this lawyer, friends. Kyla, didn't you hold that position at some point? I still do? Okay. That's what I thought. Well, by the way he says this, I know that he keeps claiming that you never worked that job. And this is so earlier when I was saying that he's filling in a lot of gaps that he doesn't seem to have evidence for. This is what I was talking about, is he keeps claiming that she never actually worked that job, but I don't know how he could know that. Account number 8 said the fee was waived and you'll... Oh, crap. Her charging a suicidal person money for help is wrong. I'm stating the entire mental health business is a business so that suicidal person is going to have to pay someone to get help, but you stated your issue. You don't like Kyla. That's all it is, be honest. President Sunday said, which that person will now have less money to pay for. She clearly attracts only the brightest viewers. They asked, did she charge him or was the fee waived? Then they replied to themselves, the fee was waived and you'll state, but that's only after backlash, which I'll reply. So she listened to people about a bad behavior and corrected course, and that's bad. Well, even that, I don't know. Yeah, it's bad. She needed backlash to not opportunistically charge someone she had reason to think was suicidal to type some things in a search engine. You dull. There's Radical Democrat, of course. One of the dumbest people on the internet. Fee, I never even offered Tuna anything, any service. Yeah, where's Tuna? Has he said anything on this? So Pisco posted this saying President Sunday blocked him. There it is. President Sunday runs away, shattered by the receipts which show simple facts backed only by Sunday's own words. President Sunday replied, actually, I misclicked the mute button, but don't let that stop you. God knows it's better for humanity if you deploy that turbo brain power on Twitter instead of handling people's real problems. He's making shit up here. Someone asked in Spicy if I would recommend Tuna a therapist, and I said if he wanted me to, I was happy to. So that's what, like, even that other chatter there was saying that I said earlier, so when you guys were on the call, he said only after you got pushback, and you said something like you're making some leaps of logic, or you're assuming my mental state. And so I'm assuming from that, Kyla, you meant you're assuming that I was going to charge him, or you're assuming that I was planning on doing any of these things in the first place. You never got to finish that thought. Yeah, he was assuming everything. Okay. Yeah, sure. Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I got my headset off. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So just, I guess, to reiterate. So at the end of the call, you say, like, he's assuming your mental state, and what you meant by that was that he's assuming that you were planning on charging Tuna.
But he was assuming that I was even going to offer any form of service to Tuna. All that happened is that I was doing errands in the city. I was in a parking lot, and somebody messaged me being like, hey, there's somebody that's really suicidal. I'm kind of worried about him. Are you willing to reach out? It's this individual. And I know him, and I really like him. And I was like, of course. If he would like to talk to me, of course. No problem. Not in a therapeutic sense, not in any way. Just two people talking about problems. I go into the Spicy chat call. I pop in for 5 minutes because I'm on my phone too. Which, if anyone's been on Discord on their phone in like a 35 call, it's awful. Basically say, hey Tuna, just popping in. I just wanted to let you know that some people recommended that you might want to chat with me. If that's the case, let me know. I'm happy to. But I'm not going to be willing to do it in a 35-person call. I guess before I came in, there had been a bunch of other streamers that had also come in saying like stuff about how it was bad that there's like 35 people there. I obviously didn't know that because I had just popped in. So DK was frustrated with that, which is understandable. I said no privy to that. So he was like, oh, you know, can we have another streamer come in and like moralize about like the group call or like or whatever. And I just wasn't super interested in that. I was like, anyways, Tuna, feel free to DM me. I just added you as a friend. Let me know if you'd like to chat. No pressure either way. So disconnected, drove home. On the drive home, Tuna DM me, and he was interested in chatting. At that point, I just chatted to him, and probably one of the first questions I asked was, of course, do you have a therapist? But this is because at this point, I believe that he's a suicidal, potentially individual, and it is completely reasonable as a normal person to want to make sure that if somebody is potentially suicidal, that you connect them to a therapist. He said yes. That was the end of the conversation. I at no point was asking because I was trying to find if I could, you know, get another client in. None of that was going on. And to be fair, I don't charge that much for my service. And also, if I'm offering it, I'm never going to charge it. I'm not interested in making money. He has a therapist, though, has for many years, which is awesome. We can proceed to have a very long conversation for, I believe, about 3 hours, just about his life. We kind of went back and forth about how he was feeling. That was the end of that whole situation. Nothing more crazy than that. Sunday is just trying to use that situation, just like a pretty benign, somebody reaching out and talking to another person in the space that's like struggling, and like trying to make it something more sinister that it's just not. You're just making up stuff in between, right?
Okay. Yeah. Has Tuna said anything about any of this?
I believe he has. He went on Chud's stream on Friday, which is part of what like drummed all this up. So you can definitely check there. I remember what he said, but I also don't want to like speak for Tuna, so I'd rather just let like Tuna speak for himself, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
But like nobody's gonna believe me if I'm like, yeah, we had a great convo and Tuna appreciate. Like nobody's gonna believe me if I say that. So Tuna can just speak for himself.
Okay.
And I don't want to bring up Tuna anymore. Like this is not Tuna's problem.
Yeah, it seems like Tuna's kind of getting thrown under the bus through a lot of this.
Yeah, exactly. Which is like the worst possible thing. So.
And then the stuff with the credentials. So what I meant, so it seemed like I had said that there was one instance that I knew of, and it seemed like you mentioned something else in the call afterwards. So am I mixing two different things up, or am I confused?
So which I'm not sure which credentials. So when you're talking about the credentials and clips and stuff, I'm not sure, sorry, specifically what you're asking me.
So, okay, so somebody in chat was saying that you like profess to be an expert in psychology. So let's start there. Like your education would generally like say that you're an expert in psychology, no? Or at least like some sort of authority to most people.
I would say that I'm definitely going to be an authority more than most people, but like I don't have my PhD, like I'm not the expert. And I actually try to make that abundantly clear regularly. There's like that one clip that shows at the end of President Sunday's thing. For context, I won't say any of the names involved because I'm really not trying to get other people involved, but basically was in a red pill fight that was characterizing another podcast host and like women and certain types of men with a whole bunch of psych words, like a whole bunch of them, and attacking them in regards to it. So like narcissistic PD and all of these fun psych words that people throw around. And I was explaining to them that they were definitionally wrong in how they were using them, because they were like claiming that like anytime they would get defensive, they were claiming that it was like gaslighting. It's like, that's just like literally not what's happening. It's just like super far from it. And they're being like super, super nasty. They like basically like that podcast host doesn't participate anymore. It was pretty awful. And so, yeah, I got really angry. And I said, in this case, in this situation, I am your expert, which in fairness, I probably shouldn't have said, especially so angrily. But also, I was not incorrect because they were weaponizing specifically clinical type language, which obviously even somebody with just a 4-year bachelor's degree is going to be technically knowing more of an expert than some person who like Googled narcissistic personality disorder once to like weaponize against an internet person that they disliked, right?
Okay, so the other thing that I brought up, and I DM'd you about this the last time all of this came up, was where you had said that you had a degree in psychometry, I believe it was.
Yeah.
But there isn't a degree in psychometry, right?
Well, it's in psychological assessment. So psychological assessment is psychometry. It is psychometrics. It's all the same thing.
Okay.
It's an unregulated field, right? And so we kind of use these terms interchangeably, which is why people get confused, which is understandable. It's just because people are confused about the titles doesn't mean that like something nefarious is going on.
Sure. Well, and so that's kind of the conclusion that I came to last time I talked about it. Is I said, like, I don't think that that's the best language to use, but it doesn't sound like that's actually nefarious in any way, because I think that most people would still come to the same conclusion based on both labels. So
I'm also working in the field currently, doing psychometrics. Like, I'm hired and paid for it.
Okay, so just for everybody who's here who didn't go over all of this last time or doesn't understand.
Oh no, you didn't go over this hyper autistic conversation before.
What are your what are your actual credentials in this area or your education?
Okay, so I have a honor psych degree, which means that you don't take a minor. You do all the minor credits into whatever the major would have been. So it just kind of specializes you. It's now in Canada used as replacement for the GRE, which is like the test you have to take to get into graduate school for your university. So it's just like more specialized training at
just a little
undergrad
bit ago,
level.
When I was saying that you had a degree in psychology, does that, because everybody else was like, no, she has a
They probably meant that I don't have a master's degree, because I don't have a master's.
Sure, but like an honors psych degree, or even like an undergrad or a bachelor's degree, like these are all degrees, right?
Yes, they are degrees.
Okay, so you
I
have
do have
a degree in psychology. Okay.
Yeah. That's my honors psychology degree. It's
okay.
Undergrad. I also am a licensed addiction counselor, which is a bit of a grandfathered field in my province. So I got it because of my bachelor's and because I'd been working in addictions for 2 years. And we were like regulating the field. Basically, I was just really lucky. They were regulating the field when I was working it. Before then, there was no requirements to be an addiction counselor. So now there is, and so now I'm also a licensed addiction counselor.
Wow.
But that's not like, that doesn't require any training, right? That's just, well, it does. Like, you have to have experience in the field. You need a certain minimum number of hours and a certain number minimum of courses, but my honor psych degree was sufficient for filling out those requirements, plus my years working.
Okay.
So I have that. And then I have a graduate diploma, which is a 1.5 graduate level. So it is graduate level, just to be clear. My entire cohort was almost exclusively registered psychologists, which doesn't make me a registered psychologist, just to be clear. But because I've seen a lot of people being dismissive of the graduate diploma, when, again, it's not a master's. And I'm not saying it's a master's, but it's also, people will be like, oh, that's like nothing. It's not nothing. It's a 1.5 of like an intensive program where you get trained in the skill of psychometrics. So psychometrics is the delivery of psychological assessments. So because of my training, psychometrics is like probably going to be the next field getting regulated in Canada, but it's wholly unregulated right now. So most people, when they get hired on as like a psychometrist or a psychometrician or whatever label they use for the jobs that it's interchangeably used, these two labels, they usually have to get a ton of on-site training to learn how to do like Wechsler scales and stuff like that. Sorry, science jargon for fancy testing.
Yeah, well, Canada only requires any degree in psychology in order for you to work as a psychometrist as long as you have, no, you don't even have to have a psychology degree in order to work in psychometry. You just have to have somebody with a psychology degree overseeing your work, correct?
Well, the issue is because it's unregulated, it's super varied. So like some job postings will ask for a master's in some psych related field. Some will ask for a master's in psych or social work. Some will ask for just bachelor's in humanities. Some will ask for specifically an honors, like bachelor's in psych. So because it's unregulated, there's a variety of spectrum of training required to have this title. But because I got this graduate diploma when I got hired on at my location, rather than having to get trained on site, I immediately started training on site the other staff, the other people.
Okay.
So it doesn't make me like more fancy because I was still overseen by like a clinical psychologist.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of like what my training does, is it like specializes you in psychometric delivery, because a lot of people who will even get their PhD, this is why people after their PhD often take this course, most PhDs in clinical psych don't really equip you with like psychometric testing, just because there's just a lot. There's a lot of knowledge you have to have like on rote memory for it. And so a lot of people will get their PhD and then specialize afterwards if they feel like they need it.
And so you worked as a psychometrician with the oversight of a psychometrist.
No, clinical psychologist in this case. I worked as a psychometrician or psychometrist. These terms are completely used interchangeably, except for probably won't be used interchangeably in Ontario soon, with psychometrist actually being the more like technical label. But in my province, it's not regulated. I had that. I've also worked in building and developed a measure previously as well. So I've done work in this field twice. So before my graduate diploma, I helped my government build like a measure for youth, and I ran, I fucking developed that thing by myself, working with like technology experts. It's really annoying having people like dismissing these things when it's like, bro, I spent like fucking like a year and a half on this. But okay.
That was one of the things that I was confused about in the last thing, is that like, it seemed like President Sunday was dismissing a lot of your credentials while also showing that you worked for the government in this area, building like, what was it, like booklets and testing and all sorts of crap for them.
Booklets were a separate job. So I've had a number of jobs in the field. Because I've been out of my undergrad since 2018, and then when I did my graduate diploma, I did school full time and I worked part time for the mental health facility. So like mental health is its own thing, and there's no psychometric elements to that at all. The mental health was actually my undergrad thesis. I did a super fun thesis in my undergrad. There's 2 studies, and the government of Alberta thought it was cool enough. It had good enough like results that they wanted me to rebuild it, because my undergrad thesis, I did everything. Like I did the research ethics application, I built the methodology, and it was all overseen and helped and supervised, and I learned a ton. But my professor was like really intense about like us doing everything from the ground up, because he's like, hey, if you have to do this for your master's, do it now, so that by the time you're doing your master's thesis, it's your second go. And we were like, okay. So I like built the methodology and stuff like that. So the mental health stuff, for simplicity, was my thesis, which is not psychometric in nature. It's actually more like preventative clinical psych. And the methodology isn't built by me. It's something that I pulled out of a Harvard lab that's been doing incremental research for years. And I tested it on a new modality. They've been teaching this exact methodology, this treatment practice, this prevention treatment practice, in multiple different mental health disorders, so like social anxiety and stuff. It's really effective. I got the grant to rebuild that intervention multiple times. So that was based on my thesis. That's different than the work I did building a measure for the government like health company. That was a separate project that I was working on kind of once I finished my thesis. I was like just picking up and starting the test development measure for youth. Because academics are just doing like millions of projects all at once, because we're deranged probably.
Okay. And then people are asking, so what is the difference between a degree and a diploma?
So in the case, again, convoluted. In the case of, it's not, so a master's degree is called a master's degree because we call it a master's degree. So in the case of a degree at a master's level and a diploma, a master's degree is typically a minimum of 2 years with a certain number of credit requirement, whereas the graduate diploma, typically anytime you see diploma or degree, diplomas are like similar-esque training, but with less credits required, right? So like if a master's degree requires 42 credits to be completed, the diploma might require like 30 or something like less than that, right? So that's typically the difference, is that if something is called a degree, it tends to mean that the more credits were required to achieve it, whether it's graduate level or like undergraduate level.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then a diploma would be considered a degree then? No?
Well, no, because I want to be careful about this, that like oftentimes like when you talk about it, you might like interchangeably use the words, but technically a diploma is separate. Like a graduate diploma is a diploma, not a graduate degree, because a graduate degree is a master's typically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not go to college for very long, so I don't know any of this stuff. Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm speaking degree or diploma in my field. If somebody's like, that's not how this works, if degrees and diplomas are I'm Canadian, so degree and diploma is probably somewhat different in different countries, but also I wouldn't be surprised, like an MBA is a master's, even though it takes way less credits and way less time than a master's in like counseling psych. But they're both considered like master's degrees, even though an MBA is typically only like 15 months.
Okay. Yeah, I always thought degree and diplomas were interchangeable. I just assumed they were the same thing. Okay. And then with the docs, he thinks that you guys were threatening him. Where did that come out? Because like, when did he first say that he actually thought you guys were threatening him?
Yesterday.
Yesterday.
Wait, Friday, I guess, the tuna chip thing. So Friday.
Okay.
Was the first time that I had ever been alerted that President Sunday was claiming to feel threatened.
Okay. So it was just on that call.
Yeah. Like, he might have posted it elsewhere. Like, I don't know if he's been feeling that way for a while, but yeah.
Okay. All right.
And just to be clear, I have been accepted into a master's program. I'm deferring my program actually this year, but I am going to be continuing to pursue higher education, but that doesn't mean I have it now.
Okay. And so, yeah, and then I guess Nick did share it in VC with the 4 people, but from what he understood, it wasn't President Sunday's docs, and this was after President Sunday had already shared it himself, right?
Yeah, so basically, I think what happened is that people were asking Sunday for proof that Nick had threatened him. And Sunday was like, yeah, I'll get to it, I'll get to it, I'll get to it. And Nick and I were like, this fucker is probably going to clip chimp the fuck out of the DMs. And like, because like, it's like, God damn it. I know people can't conceive.
Do you want me to just talk on this one? Since it's...
I guess, yeah. Do you want to talk to Nick since it's more related to Nick than to me?
I can just get him a call. I'll go.
Nick said that you can just, can I just add him to the call, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hello.
There we go.
Yo, okay, so sorry. What was the question? Did I dox President Sunday in voice?
So when you shared the information in VC with DK and whoever else was in there, supposedly like 4 to 5 people in there, had he already posted the information, and why did you share it with them?
Yes, he'd already posted the information. So basically what happened is I caught wind from Spicy Chat, because I check into there every once in a while, and President Sunday, after saying that I threatened him, like on stream, he said that I threatened to dox him, or I threatened him with his dox or whatever. Then I checked Spicy Chat, and I saw that he was continuing to say that I had threatened to dox him, right? And so I wasn't even going to interact with it, but then I saw Sick, Sick Unchained, who I have some interaction with, saying, yeah, it looked kind of fishy. Like, it looked like they were threatening him or whatever, right? And I was like, okay, well, I care about Sick's opinion to some extent. So I basically sent him all of the DMs between me and Sunday with all of Sunday's information redacted, all of it removed. So the exact same screenshot that you have from me is what I sent to Sick too, right? And so Sunday kept going on and on and on and on about it in Spicy Chat about how I threatened him. And so I was like, I responded to somebody. I was like, you want me to just show the DMs? Because people were asking Sunday for the DMs, and he was saying, basically, later, I have to go through it. I'm going to make a video, blah-de-blur. And I was like, okay, well, if you're going to drum up some weird shit, I'm going to leak the DMs, right? So I had it all pre-redacted because I had sent it to Sick, right? So I just immediately dropped it in Spicy Chat. The second I dropped it in Spicy Chat, President Sunday started dropping the DMs between the two of us. And in his haste, he left his information in it. Okay, he left his name in the screenshots that he put in Spicy Chat. And so as soon as he did that, I realized, I was like, Jesus Christ, bro, delete these messages. You didn't redact the information. And so now basically what's going on is he's saying, this isn't actually my information. Like, don't worry, guys, don't worry. I didn't goof. It's not actually my information, right? And so then there was a little bit more discussion between DK and Sunday and stuff. So I DM'd DK because I had information that pertained to DK, and I was like, okay, I don't want to cause even more fucking drama here, man. Like, this can just stay between me and Sunday. And so I went into a call with DK to try and clarify with him basically what was going on. And so some of the sources, I'll just get into all of it here. So this is what all the drama is in regard to. Some of the sources from where I had heard that where I had received the docs from alluded that DK might be involved. So I wasn't really
But to be
speaking
clear,
on.
just hold on.
Yeah.
DK is absolutely not involved.
Yes,
I just
exactly.
I don't know why you're bringing this up, because I really, really, really want to emphasize that DK is in no way involved with this.
Yeah. So that's I'm just explaining that's why I started the conversation with DK in the first place.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yes.
So
So
my first thought was, damn it, dude, why DK? Like, why why would you share this with DK of all people? Okay.
Yeah. So I exactly. So I didn't go into a voice call to share President Sunday's docs with DK, which is what DK is trying to make it sound like now, right? So that's kind of the issue, and what President Sunday is saying happened. So I went into the call with DK to clear up what was going on. DK is not involved at all. I just want to make that clear. DK is in no way involved, but I wanted to talk with him to clear some stuff up.
Okay.
So, and then in that conversation with DK, the thing that you saw, the one DM, right, where the one message where President Sunday says, DK, Nick doxed me to you, correct? Mm-hmm. And DK goes, yes, that's correct. I didn't dox Sunday to DK. Sunday had already released the dox information.
So DK is just lying here.
DK is just lying. What I think he's trying to do, I'm not positive, I can't speak to his mind, but basically what happened is President Sunday saying, no, don't worry, guys, this isn't my information. And so DK asked me, is President Sunday telling the truth? Is this not his information? And so I was like, I'm pretty sure this is his information. But if President Sunday can convince everybody that it's not his information, kumbaya, that would be great, because I don't want Sunday doxed. I don't even want to be talking about this. But since President Sunday keeps trying to say that I doxed him, that I threatened to dox him, and since now DK is saying that I doxed Sunday to him, I have to talk about this now too, right? So I have a recording of the whole conversation with DK. So if DK tries to spin it some sort of way in the future, I guess we'll just have to compare recordings. But yeah, basically, didn't dox anybody, didn't dox Sunday. Sunday doxed himself by accident, and DK and Sunday have been kind of buddying up recently.
So you never shared that information with anybody. Anybody you showed it to, it was already pre-redacted.
Exactly.
Okay.
Showed Sick first, showed Spicy Chat second. Everything was already redacted.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's all I got. You guys got anything else you want to add?
No, I guess, is there any other questions? You know what? Deep, we'll post my BMI soon, okay? Just for you.
You guys, another screenshot that somebody sent me earlier was all of you guys leaving Chud's Discord. Is there any drama with Chud? Are you guys cool with Chud right now?
No. So just to be clear, Chud has been probably fucking sleeping, the poor guy, through all of this. Nothing at all. I don't even have an issue with DK at all, okay? I've been clear with DK. I don't personally like DK. I think Nick has been very clear. We're not overly warm towards DK, but I have no issues with DK. I don't want
You don't have an issue with him lying about Nick doxing him.
Well, of course we do, but I really want to be clear, because a lot of people try to claim things about DK like that he is doxing people, and I know that he gets very frustrated with that. which is fair because if that's not true, that's annoying. And so I want to make sure that it's extremely extensively clear that in no way am I blaming Chud. Chud has been fucking sleeping this whole time. And he's like waking up being like, what? That's basically Chud's role in all of this, is waking up to this mess in his chat. He's got no responsibility. This is almost exclusively between me and Sunday. So, yeah. So like, am I annoyed with DK for like kind of like being mean and like, spinning things? Of course, yes. Just like he's probably annoyed and feeling like we're maybe spinning things or whatever. But in no way am I implicating them with any of this like additional stuff.
Okay. Because, yeah, from President Sunday's side, he's got somebody straight up telling him that Nick shared the docs with them. And so it might seem super sus with DK sitting there being like, yeah, I've got your docs. They gave it to me.
So we've never given him the docs or anything. And also, to be clear, I think Sunday is claiming that that's inaccurate information. So it's not even like...
Right.
It sounds like it might not actually be. It might be like a false flag. Okay. My understanding is that Sunday posted the images without the correct information redacted, probably in a panic, or maybe just didn't notice it, and that was when the name and the information got released. After then, Nick, I think, said the name and the word with DK in a private call, but this is well after Sunday himself released it.
Okay.
So unless, like, I mean, DK won't have the receipts, but we haven't like privately sent DK this information.
So when he says, when you say he said the name and the word, DK couldn't take that as him giving him the information and doxing him?
No,
if that was the correct information?
It was, not only was it not out, was it out, but we had DM'd Sunday as soon as we, like, because as soon as he posted it, we started seeing people in the chat citing the name that may or may not be associated with Sunday, right? So at this point, the name that we all think is who Sunday actually is, his real name. And we DM'd Sunday and said, holy crap, bro, take it down.
You didn't redact your information from your screenshots.
Yeah. Yes. But it was already out, and it sounds like he's leaving it up, which, I mean, I guess, like, once you, like, crack the can of worms, then.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. Did he even delete the message?
Nope.
He hasn't deleted the message, but he's also saying that it's not actually. So he's claiming that it's not his information, which means it's, even he didn't dox himself, it's just incorrect information, and he was the only one who posted it. We have not publicly posted it literally anywhere. The only person that we have sent it to up until this point before SICK, with the retracted stuff, by the way, we didn't send SICK anything like private.
It's redacted, you fool.
Whatever. Same thing. Was Sunday himself.
Okay.
So there's no docs from us at all.
Okay, cool.
For people who are wondering,
yep.
I think the biggest question, I think, is why are we not releasing the names of the people who sent us the information? I think that's probably the most pertinent question.
Sure. I mean, it seemed like you guys only had like usernames and stuff like that, right?
No, we definitely had more information than that, but hopefully it's all incorrect.
Well, there's usernames. Like, so we've heard different stuff about Sunday's docs from multiple locations. And so basically we're not just going to start saying every name that we have that was involved. Like Sunday, I guess some people in Spicy Chat are upset because they basically figure if someone has doxed Sunday that we should release the names of the doxers. But I mean, I don't know. The docs wasn't even fucking circulating apparently until now.
Because, yeah, you start off by saying, like, you probably already know about this. Then your next message is like, hey, I assume you already know.
Yeah, we'd seen it multiple times, which is in part like why we like. So Nick reached out originally, he ignored us, and so then we reached out again later, because I started seeing like the name being said. Like I saw it like once in my chat.
Well, so okay, hold on. The second time when I reached out to him, it wasn't because we started seeing it more. The second time was because President Sunday DM'd me about something unrelated, and so I was like, okay, you're making contact, and so I'm like, okay, well. He basically called me a retard and said that I'm mean. And so I was like, okay, since you're messaging me, I think you should know this, but fuck, you might already know, blah, blah, blah. Same stuff, you know?
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
so
but
why
he
aren't you
felt
giving it to him? The names
the
of the
names.
people? Yeah.
So we're kind of undergoing a little bit of stuff. So earlier on, there was speculation about who the original doxer was, right? Nothing but speculation, which I said in the email. Like one of the touch points was an email at it was like a burner email, basically, right? That's what we were told. So we didn't know who the original doxer was. It was that people were communicating about the docs, basically, right? So it's like secondary sources, not the original doxers. And so I didn't want to tell Sunday like who I found out about the docs through the grapevine from, because it's not his original doxer. And I was saying I don't trust Sunday to handle that information and not try to drum up some kind of crazy dox drama and incriminate people that weren't involved in his doxing and were just part of the grapevine, right? That's why I didn't want to give it to him originally. We have more information now. We're trying to figure out more information so that if we do say anything, we're not saying anything that's false. And yeah, I think that's probably the gist of it. Oh, but that's the reason. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I mean, President Sunday says that a lot more is going to come out tomorrow. Do you guys know what he's planning on releasing tomorrow?
Probably gonna drum up stuff about us threatening him, which is not true. I suppose I've learned my lesson. In the future, I will not reach out in good faith to like bad actors, I suppose.
I'm gonna keep doing it. I'll never stop.
That's probably the main thing that he's gonna drum up. He's probably gonna talk. I don't know. Sunday, it's kind of crazy, some of the shit that he comes up with. People are probably the main thing is people are gonna feel like it's a veiled threat. I suppose. When I came on the call, I suppose there was an element of threat, but I was not threatening to dox him. I was letting him know that I was going to pursue legal action, right? Definitely could have had better choice of words. I think I said I have your docs. I definitely should have said like Sunday, like I have your information. Like, stop. So is there like an element of like threat there? Yes, but to be clear, it's not. It is not and has never been to dox him, right? The reality is like if we wanted to dox him, we could have. I suppose. It's not real, but we could have released it earlier. We could have done more with it. We've actively done literally nothing with it. There is no threat. In fact, we didn't even in this situation release any of his info. We, in fact, were the ones with the more redacted DMs. So I just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if this is all the DMs, like it doesn't seem like that was a threat at all.
Well, I mean, when you...
I mean, like, it's just so frustrating. We were trying to toy over who should DM him because we knew that there was like a website up that we wanted to make sure that he knew about so that he could take it down.
That had his personal information on it.
That had the personal information. And so I was like, fuck. I was like, this fucking psycho is going to unironically, like, he's going to take this some way. But it, like, at the end of the day, if my stuff was getting passed around, I would prefer to know. Even if if Sunday had reached out to me in some way and been like, hey, just so you know, found a bunch of this stuff. Like before he released, by the way, all of my information, if he had been like, hey, so you know, I found this, it connected to this, and through that I found like your name and your university and a bunch of stuff, like you might want to take some of this down. Even if it was Sunday, I just would have appreciated that. We decided for Nick to reach out specifically because I was hoping that he would see it like more as neutral ground. And in the DMs, it seems like he was treating it more like neutral ground, but I don't know.
It seemed like he was back and forth on that, but yeah.
Yeah, basically. So it seems like I don't know how I could have communicated it any different, that I wasn't trying to make threats, but President Sunday, according to him, feels like it was a veiled threat when I was telling him about his docs. And so from my perspective, it seems like he's just trying to drum up clout and drama that he can profit off of, as long as there's any way he can spin the story. And he's trying to get as many people involved as he can. He's trying to spin it as horribly as he can. And yeah, that's basically about it. All there is
Well,
to
I mean,
it.
just like as a steel man, I would assume if he was here, he would say that even the way that you guys are talking about this now, like he's saying it's not his real information instead of just saying it's obviously not his real information or something like that. And so when you say his information in the call with DK, he's saying, well, it still sounds like they believe it's still my real information, and they're telling DK at the same time. Do you think that it like that there's nothing wrong done there just by saying the information in the call, just in case it is his real information and he wants to play it off like it isn't, so that nobody hopefully nobody cares about it?
Yeah, which is actually like basically something that I said in the call. Maybe I shouldn't have even been like, I'm pretty sure that's his information, because so here's the thing. So Sunday, as far as I was aware, when I was asked in the call, so like DK basically asked me, is this actually Sunday's real information? Basically, right? Up until that point, I thought Sunday was basically just, oh, I posted my own information. Whoops, fuck it, whatever. He didn't actually start saying that it wasn't his own information until some time had elapsed. So I didn't even know that. Right? I basically thought that Sunday was like, oh, fuck it, I doxed myself, I guess. The cat's out of the bag. Because you got to realize all of this was going on in real time. And so when I was talking to DK, it wasn't at like the exact same time as I was reading Spicy Chat. So I don't know at what point Sunday basically said, oh, don't worry, that's not my real information. My understanding was that it was his real information, that Sunday posted it, and it was basically like, fuck it, I guess it's out there, I don't care. And then after, Sunday started saying it's not my real information. And listen, if it's not his real information, great. I'm glad for Sunday that he's not doxxed.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to further clarify, when I think I on Chud's like live, the one that you just listened to or whatever, Friday, I think I had said I have your information. I was trying to make it clear that I could use the information to take legal action, not that I was threatening to post it publicly anywhere, right? Because back in February when all this was happening, I made it very explicitly clear that I was going to consider legal action. I made that explicitly clear to him and said that publicly multiple times. So when I came on to talk about the tuna chip situation and Sunday just appeared and started screaming about my credential fraud again, I was saying I have your information in the way to say I will take legal action, not at all threatening to post it publicly.
Just so you know, you did say in the clip specifically, I have your docs, and then you said I'm in touch with lawyers. I just want to make it clear that you didn't say I have your information, but that was the intention, right? I have your docs, I have your information. I can contact you, like my lawyers can contact you, because you can't engage in any legal action against somebody unless you have a means by which to contact them.
Yeah, the way that you said it in the call, I could have understood him saying that was possibly a threat. Because just the way that you said it, I have your docs, but it didn't sound like it didn't sound like that was what he was talking about when he said it. It sounded like he was saying that that you guys had previously threatened him with this, right?
Yeah, we've never threatened him with it. And to be clear, it was bad language. I should have said, I have your information, not I have your docs, right? I understand why the moment somebody says the word docs, it feels more intense. So that is my bad. I apologize for using that language.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate y'all coming on to explain this.
Yeah. I guess one last thing. I think Sunday keeps bringing up that somebody called his workplace. I have literally zero knowledge about this. And just so it's clear, my phone number is an American phone number because American phone plans are super cheap. So he's claiming that a Canadian number called his workplace looking for his last number. That's horrible and like scary, and also has nothing to do with us. Like, yeah, I don't even, in this case, all I can say is I have an American phone number. It just wasn't us, and that's not something I would do ever.
Yeah, and I just want to say I'm pretty sure if streamers find out that anybody in these communities are actually calling him or like messing with him at all, you'll probably get banned literally everywhere. Like I'm sure every streamer will end up banning you, me included. That's not something that any of us want to play with.
I don't know about that, considering the fact that President Sunday contacted Kyla's university and maybe her previous workplace. So I'm not so sure about that one.
I would assume it's a little bit different than calling somebody's personal phone number, right? Or so. Oh, sorry. He said that they called his work. Yeah, that's still probably a little bit different, right? Like calling somebody's like past school and someone's current employer.
Yeah, impersonating a student, but not ask. Like he emailed my school, but he didn't like ask for any info about me. Whereas it sounds like this caller was asking for info. But again,
yeah,
I literally, that's the first time I've heard about it when he started talking about it.
Okay. All right, cool.
But yeah, again, final thought, closing thought. Chud did nothing wrong. DK did nothing wrong, other than honestly, he's trying to drama farm by stoking President Sunday by telling President Sunday that I gave him the docs. Other than that, there's like, yeah, neither of them did literally anything at all.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. All right. See you, Tom.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for letting us come on. Appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Bye.
Later. I should have called her Madame. I had it in my notes. Call NotSoErudite Madame. They sound guilty as well. How? So, from the timestamps that we have, it looks like he did dox himself before they said anything. What's the Reader's Digest version? So, somebody... Let's start with this. President Sunday has had a hard-on for Kyla supposedly misusing her credentials and misrepresenting them. So he's put out a couple of videos on this. She's responded a couple of times. It's been covered by pretty much everybody to death. Seems like President Sunday is jumping to conclusions on that one. Most of it's based on whether or not she actually holds a position as a job. And he has no information that she doesn't hold that position, but is assuming that she does not hold the position. So they've had beef. Things have been tense. Recently, somebody emailed her saying, hey, this is President Sunday's information. There's a website up with like pictures of him, addresses, all sorts of crap. And so Nick, her husband, DMs President Sunday, says, hey, these people have your docs. Just wanted to let you know. President Sunday talks with him back and forth for a while. They sent me all the DMs. They blacked out all of the doxing information. We went over all of it here. Then President Sunday posted a screenshot of their conversation, leaking DMs, I guess, and did not black out his own information in the screenshot. He claims that it's not his information. He says it's not his real information, that the doxers got it wrong. And so he says he's not worried about it. After that, Nick is in a VC with DK and some other people, and he mentions the information. So later, DK says, they gave me the information. So right here, President Sunday asks, DK, am I correct in assuming that Nick gave you what he thinks is my docs in that private VC? And DK says, yes, sir. So President Sunday thinks, okay, well, they think it's my docs and they're giving it out. So this is still pretty messed up. They're saying he already posted it himself and then said it wasn't his docs. So the information was out there one way or the other. And they said it wasn't his docs. So that's pretty much the gist of where we're at so far. Tom seems to love splitting hairs. If the dude says it isn't real and released it himself, then there isn't a problem. I mean, that's generally how I see it. President Sunday says there's more information to come. He says this isn't it. So we will find out more, apparently, supposedly. Tom, replay this video. Nick literally said he didn't know it was fake when he gave DK the docs. Yeah, he said, correct. He said, I didn't know.
Here's a link.
He says
you need to get access with the bot.
He said he probably shouldn't have given it to him. So, yeah.
How the fuck do I get access with the bot? Welcome and goodbye.
The docs was already out by Sunday. Yeah, but it sounded like, maybe, am I getting this wrong? It sounded like what Nick said was it was all happening at the same time, and so we don't know, like, which happened first. And apparently there's information that Sunday released the docs. Everyone started shitting on him. So apparently from Sunday's side of things, then DK and Sunday started talking about us defending the doxers. Okay, so according to Sunday, DK has information that he says he got from Nick that was not in his screenshot. There's a part you're missing. I didn't share my last name. Nick did. I didn't confirm the last name. Nick asserted confidently that it was it. He attempted to dox me. His post has both. Okay. Yeah, this says confirm. This one says share. So I'm not sure which one it is. This seems simple. We should be able to determine which info was first. Did Sunday release it first or not? So the problem is that we can't know because the information that Sunday released, everybody's blacking out the information. So we can't see whether he released his name or not, because every version of it that I'm going to get is already blacked out. So they're showing me his post plus his name blacked out so that they're not giving the information to me. So his post has the last name attached. Okay.
I'll be right back 1 sec. Let me use the restroom real quick.
You were asking him a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, you know, if Erudite is linked to this dox or whatever, or you know, if she is the dox. Oh shit.
Yeah, DK's gonna get back in egg for the.
He's AFK.
D-man.
All right. Well, we are. You know, we're being rebroadcast just so everyone in here knows. Steven, who's joined this channel, and everything you say is.
It's probably made it to a live channel.
So, well, we should have. So, maybe I can. Let's see, guys, set this on the right place.
Hey, gamers.
Where's the President Sunday guy? Did he leave right when Steve
Yes,
joined?
he left.
Yeah,
he
was
better
before
us.
Why?
Curiously, he left right after you said old Steve was joining.
No
Curiously.
way.
There goes like half the fucking content.
Sadly, 6 autism had to get him to want to leave.
Is he live? Oh.
Well, if somebody's saying that the reason he wasn't answering the questions genuinely is because it might require him to revealing information, he could have given those answers. I mean, that's totally fine.
I mean, he didn't say that. Though.
Whatever.
He just.
Are they just fighting about the Are they just fighting about the Erudite shit?
Well, he answered. He was just incredibly demeaning the entire time, which is per usual for President Sunday, so.
He was a perfect gent.
Well, Steve, I don't know what to tell you. I think President Sunday may have left the Discord here right when you joined. I don't know if it's coincidence or, you know.
No, he said he was going to bed like 2 hours ago.
No, he said he
He
went
was
for
in
food.
here 2 minutes
Hours
ago.
ago.
Yeah, and you said he was going to bed.
Okay, bro.
I'm just telling you what. Okay.
I mean, I could like message him to get back in here or something.
Let me see if I could work something here. Hold on.
I thought he went for food.
He said he was going to get a sandwich, and then he dipped.
Maybe he'll come back.
Well, actually, I think he specifically said lunch. Makes it even stranger. I don't know anybody else that goes to bed an hour and a half.
Alright, well,
after
fucking
eating
message
lunch.
us when he's back, alright? I can't believe you used up a lot of my capital on this for nothing. Now I look like a fucking idiot in front of everyone. Alright? Great. Great.
Typical Dan.
I apologize. This is
Hi.
This is below me. Alright, and you're muted. Just so you know. Talk to me. So I can't hear you. And I hate you.
Play mouse. Typical.
And your hair looks stupid. Look at it. Idiot.
Well, if you think about it, it's not really. Oh, he muted himself and deafened.
Yeah,
it's not Dan's
over.
fault.
I mean, what would even be the point of bringing fucking Destiny in here anyways? Because Sunday's admitting that the dox isn't his, so he doesn't care about that. The only thing he would care about is whether or not Kyla and Nick were engaging with him in private for the purposes of threatening or intimidating him. Yeah?
Maybe?
I don't talk to my pets.
Okay, no one in GGG chat, and I'm convinced half the people in here, including me, have no fucking clue what's going on in here, but there's at least like 20 people in here who do. Can like, Sick, you seem to understand what's going on. Can you step up?
Don't listen to
No,
Sick.
because every time I've engaged, people have told me I don't understand what's going on, even though all I've tried to ask is
go
more
ahead.
time.
Who's telling me?
Tony, you go.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, do it.
We trust
All
you.
right, listen. Like 2 months ago, Nick messaged President Sunday out of nowhere and was like, "Listen, I got a little tip. I got a tip. I got your docs information, buddy. But
Hello? Just the tip?
yeah, I got your docs information, but you know, I'm not gonna do anything with it. I just want to let you know I got it though." And Sunday's like, "All right, well, who did it? Who sent it to you?" And Nick was like, "Yeah, I can't tell you that." And that's pretty much the drama right now.
But he did say it was loosely connected to GGG.
What's going on, guys?
Not directly, but loosely.
So they have doxers in the community. What's going on?
I'm not sure he said it was loosely connected to DGG. I'm
Destiny.
doxing President Sunday right now.
Destiny, are you there? Destiny.
In the logs.
Yeah, hi, what's up?
And he directly says it's not directly
How's it going,
related
man?
to DGG.
Are you just lurking, or are you reading all of the jazz?
I'm not reading anything. I'm just hanging out. Apparently, DGG's full of doxers now. All evil
Wait,
things
what?
trace back to my community.
People-
apparently.
It is. So yeah, so if you guys are missing on the names, Sick is there earlier saying every time I talk, everybody says I don't know what's going on. So then Pretty Tony starts talking to explain things. Now Nick is jumping in and talking to Destiny.
Probably not.
Wait, people are. Wait, is Sunday trying to say that it's?
No, the game of
DGG?
telephone's gone pretty wild in this fucking chat.
Sunday said he didn't
In here
know if it was
listening and-
DGG.
Oh, I see.
We're not sure who it is.
Sunday suspected.
Actually, I have a question if you guys don't mind.
Wait, did you read the DMs,
And I think that's DK saying I have a question if you don't mind.
Destiny?
I don't know. I don't know about any of
You
this.
you should read the DMs and tell me if you think that it's a threat.
Well, hold on. I've got a question for Destiny really quick.
What's up?
Destiny, I know you have me blocked on Twitter. I'm a
Oh
big
wait,
fan
hold
of
on.
yours,
Who is
bro.
this?
I think we
Probably shouldn't have mentioned that part. Probably shouldn't have mentioned that part. I know you got me blocked on Twitters. Oh, somebody I don't want to talk to. Remember, Tom, don't trust everyone who DMs you.
we know it is today.
It's GK.
Oh wait, hold on.
I'm a big fan,
one
Raw. I'm a big
second.
fan.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't get it. Why are you saying that?
Did he mute me? I just want to ask about the Lauren Southern situation. If the rumors are
Oh, we
true.
knew this.
Oh, bro, what are you doing?
Wow, he's very afraid of me for some reason. I'll talk to anyone, anywhere, except.
All right, there we go.
I mean, you know, bit of a reputation.
So,
Pulling a Rolo Tomasi. I'll debate anybody at any time, anywhere. Just not any of these people. None of those people. Definitely not you guys.
LOL Destiny, how is yo bro? I have your docs. I don't think you're a bad person, but I totally have your docs, bro. It's real, bro. Not like 2004 levels of MSN/ICQ level threat message. I don't know how to talk. If you think it's a threat, you can think it, but I'm not about to walk through like what does human communication look like when somebody's threatening you versus when somebody's making you worse. I don't care. If you think it's a threat, you can think it's a threat. It's very clearly not a threat.
So, for updates on why Destiny would leave the call, here's counterpoints saying Chud took a DGG hit for saying it was Lauren because some schizos had put it together and they were spamming it in chat. I said it was an emotional relationship, not a physical one. Based off my friendship with Lauren, everyone is annoyed with everybody for talking out of school. They are all adults. I was just trying to defend a friend because people were calling her a whore and her husband a cuck. So, I guess DK kept bringing up the fact that Destiny had a relationship with Lauren, because Counterpoints had mentioned it in Discord. He said that, I guess Melina considered it emotional cheating, that there was never a physical relationship, but that they were just becoming too close and that it was becoming a problem. I believe this is when like Melina left and went to Texas for a while, all of that crap. So I guess DK's been bugging Destiny about it, and that's why Destiny hasn't blocked or doesn't want to talk to him. And so, yeah, they put all of that together from just messages that Counterpoints had posted in Discord. And then I don't know who this is. Somebody named Harmony said, even if it is Lauren W. Let's see. So in short, people on the internet don't know how to be adults. Counterpoint said, which will always be true. Yes. Also, DK is a shit stirrer. If it's uncomfortable, he's going to bring it up for metrics. That's the problem with Chud's channel being a drama channel. It's very fun until you're the one being shit talked. But that's the cost of entry. Damn. Counterpoints thinks there's some issues between Destiny and Chud or DGG and Chud. I don't know if that's true. I don't know why he would say he took a DGG hit for saying it was Lauren. It was Counterpoints who posted the messages. They just took the information that he put out and ran with it. So I don't know why Chud, like, yes, people were saying it in chat. Chud mentioned it on stream. I don't know why Chud would get in trouble for this with Destiny or DGG. The information is out there. Like, I don't know why Counterpoints is saying that.
This is autistic as fuck.
Chud said it on a live stream that Counterpoints confirmed in Chud's chat live. Okay. Yeah, again, I haven't seen that. So everything that I've seen, every time somebody comes over and says it's confirmed, we have the confirmation, they would always send me a message from Connor, where he didn't mention Lauren or anybody's name really. And they'd be like, see, this is the confirmation. They'd be like, yeah, this doesn't look like confirmation to me. But then Chud and DK would say it is confirmed. So they obviously had information that I didn't. And so if that's what it is, then that makes sense. But I haven't seen the... Connor is counterpoints. I haven't seen the screenshot of whatever chat message this is, but these screenshots do confirm it anyways. So Chud and DK didn't confirm it was all memes. That's what I figured, because we went over it on stream one day where I had said they were showing me say, I don't think it's confirmed. And then, so they played it on Chud's stream, and Chud goes, yeah, sure, it's not confirmed. And I was like, this seems super sarcastic, dude. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on now. Maybe they do have it confirmed. I have no idea, dude. So yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Get Nick in here to explain? What is there to explain? It just looks like autistic fucking President Sunday shit.
Wait, Counterpoints literally donated for the TTS. So you're saying he donated for the TTS and did say it. You're saying Counterpoints did say it in the TTS then. Okay, well then then it is confirmed. I don't know why that is me, like, to me saying yes, they confirmed it. Yeah. Chud and DK had it confirmed. This is in the stream where after DK was memeing and didn't know. Oh, okay.
I'm socially retarded. What's the purpose of saying he has the docs then? I mean, it can literally just be a courtesy, right? You message somebody, say like, hey, there's like people spreading your docs around. I think I might have done this to somebody before. I'm trying to remember. And I think I've had people do it to me as well. But like, it's pretty obvious when somebody's messaging you to threaten you versus when somebody's like, hey, just, you know, your like docs is floating around. What did DK do to Destiny? DK is just one of the worst types of... This is going to be very short because I don't want to give him this kind of attention. DK is probably one of the worst, most degenerate types of like drama farming people in the entire fucking sphere. Like, I understand... I don't think you should cut somebody off because of their editor. Like, that's a little bit weird. But I totally would understand why anybody wouldn't ever want to associate with Chud because of DK. I think DK probably has the worst reputation in the whole like Chud universe of like different actors. He's just like a relentless drama shit stir farmer, and his girlfriend is as well, and they're retarded on top of that. Yeah, but
yeah, he said his girlfriend is as well. I don't know anything about her outside of my own experiences with her. But I do know, I talked about this a couple weeks ago. She asked to talk to me about something. I brought her on to talk about it. We had a conversation. It was fine. And then afterwards, she starts DMing me some like ridiculous stuff about like I didn't know what I was talking about. So I respond and I'm like, okay, so how is this the case? How is this the case? Blah, blah, blah. She just stops answering pretty quickly. But then went on to another stream and started talking about how I backpedaled on all of my own beliefs and that I was lying about what I believed. And that I refused to actually like hold my ground, which is all, like, I literally have all of my beliefs on that topic in a document. That's just, it hasn't changed. Like, she's just lying. So at this point, I know she's a freaking liar. Like, I have no reason to doubt anything that Destiny's saying here because I know she's a freaking liar now. And I have the DMs with her where she's not justifying anything that she's saying there. So yeah, I don't know whatever it is that he's talking about where she's a shit stirrer and a drama farmer. Maybe that's true. I don't know. But I do know she's a freaking liar.
Chud is a piece of shit too, though. I don't know if Chud's ever done anything where it's like, oh, you're like a horrible piece of shit. I mean, like Chud will like cover drama and shit, but compare DK to Austinox. Austinox is pretty bad, but like in a political way, but DK is like really bad, like a drama for me. I don't think that's a comparison. I don't
Who's Austinox?
think I've ever seen anybody associated with a streamer that's like that and like degenerate.
Hassan's
What's
editor.
happening with the character Shadow? How does it move like that? Wait, that's a good point. Wait.
So yeah, and like that. I guess so. So in Counterpoint's log, where he's saying Chud lost points with DGG. The fact that they're saying, or some random chatter, I guess one person is saying, Chud's a piece of shit. Maybe DGG has an issue with Chud, but it doesn't sound like Destiny has an issue with Chud. It sounds like he could have taken what NotSoErudite said at the beginning of that call as a possible threat. I believe her when she says that's not what she meant for it to sound like. It would be really dumb for her to do that on stream and then claim she wasn't doing that. I would assume from President Sunday's perspective, they don't have to ever actually say that it's a threat. All they have to do is say, we have your information, but we're trying to help you get rid of it. We want to help you stop other people from spreading this information, right? And so from his perspective, he's thinking, well, this is the smartest way to deal with it. You don't want to sound like you're threatening me. You don't want to sound like you're trying to dox me or that you're using this as blackmail or anything. You want to sound like you're trying to help me while also making sure that I know that you have my docs. And when I know that you have my docs, you're hoping that I will think, well, damn, I don't want to mess with these people. Even if they are trying to help me, they could at any point turn on me and throw my information out there. So this is my best Steelman of President Sunday's position here. Okay. So I guess this is what President Sunday put out with nicotine. This was the only other one. Not sure if you or not, or if you could even get it taken down anyways. Yeah, I agree. Wait. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. So just to be clear, nothing serious was shown on screen. It was just something that I did not want to show. I had typed out to somebody to say, hey, don't send this to me, just so I don't accidentally pull it up on screen. And then it got sent to me. And so it's nothing serious. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just playing it safe. I even DM'd everything to President Sunday and said, yo, if you don't care, I'll put my stream back up. It's not that big of a deal. So it's literally stuff that's already public and out there in other places. It's just, yeah, I'd rather not go into more detail than that until President Sunday says that it's fine. So yeah, but I did not show his docs, there was just one thing on there that as soon as I saw it, I was like, crap, I don't want that on here. And I took it down. So,
What?
President Sunday posted on Twitter. So apparently Tomfoolery and Erudite's embellic husband just put my docs on screen. God must love me God must love me very much to have blessed me with such incompetent enemies. He said, Tomfoolery, confirm. I said, no, I didn't. I showed the message you posted in Spicy Chat on accident, just took the stream down just to be safe. But if you stand by it not being a dox, I'll put it back up with your permission. He said, I denied it, but Nick insists that he's looked into it and that I'm lying. That is my dox. That makes it a dox, Tom. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I guess I doxed him. Oh, wait, that's gone now.
Wait, what? What happened?
That makes it an attempt at dox, Tom. It's a fucking stupid attempt, yet an attempt it remains. Wait, Nick said on here that it wasn't your dox. So I'm confused. I didn't get that from Nick either. Nick isn't the one who sent it to me. It was sent to me by numerous people in Spicy Chat, so there was only one thread of DMs that I was pulling up messages from. It happened to end up in that group of messages, and so that's why it ended up getting pulled up.
Yeah. If President Sunday is saying it's not him and he didn't delete any of this, then I'm assuming it's not him. Otherwise he'd be freaking out. Or he's playing 5T chess and that is him and is making us all believe that it's not him. I'd give him props if he was doing that.
Call DK, he's crying. If DK wants to call in, he can. He can jump into the waiting room and I will pull him in. Emperor Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm at the mic today. I'm not far away, Dave. How are we doing?
Doing well.
That's what I like to hear. All right. So I had a lot of pushback during the NotSoErudite argument. Normally I'm on her side for a lot of this, but
I was reading a
Chud
lot
thing
what you
really
were saying.
me.
It seemed like a lot of it was already addressed.
Well, first, she didn't explain how what she does is different from diagnosis. When she explained what she does, she basically gave the direct definition of diagnosis.
Wait, okay, hold on. From what I understand, she puts together like tests and things like that for analytics that has nothing to do with diagnosis.
Hi chat. Love y'all. But the way that she described it when she was talking to you, I obviously don't remember the exact words she said, but it was something along the lines of, I break down what they explain to me and I figure out what the problem is. And basically, she explained what a diagnosis is without using the word diagnosis. That was one of the things that was bothering me. That was the first thing. I can't hear you if you're talking.
No, I'm not talking.
Okay. It looked like you were talking on the screen, so I was very confused. Okay, maybe I'm just delayed. Wow, I'm really delayed. I'm speaking up, sorry. Okay. So that was the first issue. The next thing I'll bring up is just the fact that if that is actually President Sunday's docs, making a big deal out of you posting it or having somebody else take it down or him take it down would only serve to confirm that it actually is his information. So if he wants it to stay ambiguous in any way, he needs to let that one go and just deny whether it is his docs or not. That's his only defense at this point for that one.
Well, so I would at least take the Discord messages down and be like, you know, this is an old address, or this is somebody else's information and I don't want people messing with them, or something like that. But him just leaving it up, that makes it like public information now. And so,
but by leaving it up and saying it isn't his and being willing to leave it up, it's less likely that somebody's going to do something to take an action against him to that address or name or whatever. Because if they think it is him, then they're more likely, or if he takes it down, then they're like, oh, he's just denying it. He just doesn't want people to see what the address is or the name or whatever. So anybody who has it would throw it there. Sick can join if he wants, but I do have more questions, more.
Wait, I'm trying to add mods to have roles to join the VC, and the role is gone. Sass, what are mods called now? Do they have a new name?
Okay, Zach. I was confused. I was like, I'm as close to my mic as I can possibly get at this point.
I didn't leave them up. You're saying the post in DK's server, the DMs that you sent Nick, you didn't leave it up in Chud's server. You didn't leave them up. Okay.
I did the thing. What thing did I do? Oh, okay. I feel like I'm so behind on. Never mind. There's streamline. Things are weird. Okay. The other thing, if you go back, the most important thing to me is if you go to the very beginning of the Chud stream, where she says, be careful, I have your docs. Whether she's saying that to threaten to dox him, or as she goes on later to say, no, I'm considering pressing legal action. That's still a threat. That's still blackmail. Like, the definition of blackmail is extorting or coercing someone by threats, especially of public exposure or criminal prosecution. Now, granted, it wouldn't be criminal prosecution, but civil prosecution is just as bad.
Yeah.
Which that was the one thing I really wanted you to address, but kind of had a feeling you weren't going to throw that one out there. So I was hoping I could find a way to worm my way into the call while she was still in here.
She wasn't in here. She called me
she was
privately.
in the chat talking, I mean.
Sick.
Earlier.
Give me just a second. I have something to
Sick.
say to EmpDave.
Go for it.
I gotta up my volumes.
I love you, Sick. Even though you are kind of crazy.
I relish in being crazy, but
I know.
so does.
But that's part of why I like you.
Okay, so you were saying that, like, Erudite, when she was describing what she offers as a service, it's basically like her describing giving somebody a diagnosis without actually saying that she's giving somebody a diagnosis. Tom, can you throw me a cam?
I wish
Thank
I had
you.
my cam set up, but it's set up
Yeah.
on my work computer right now.
You're fine. I've
Yeah,
never seen
way
you
too
before,
lazy
and
to
I'm
do
not
it.
sure I want to. So
Wow, that's mean. Damn.
Yeah. But
I'm pretty. Don't worry.
All Erudite is doing is what any other layperson could do. And Sunday kind of invoked it as an insult, is like, yeah, because you're nothing but a layperson. But that's sort of the point, is like, I don't know that she actually needs any qualifications for what she's doing. Essentially, she's taking in somebody's story, deciding what kind of service they'll need, which, to be honest, any family member could do. Tom could do if they want. If they're having marital issues, they're going to go to a couples counselor. If they're having issues where they feel like they might have some like bodily issue, they're going to go to a psychiatrist. Or maybe just, she might say like, it actually just sounds like you need to go to the fucking doctor. But all she's doing is the research to find places in your local area, hooking you up with those companies. And to be honest, the price might even be even more justified if she's calling places to confirm whether or not they even have, if they're even taking patients. So some places might have availability generally, or they might only have availability for people with government assistance, or they might only have availability for people who are paying out of pocket. It
Do
depends.
you know that she's doing that?
No, but what I'm saying is what she described is far and away from a diagnosis. That's my point.
So wait,
you don't have to have
Dave,
a degree to diagnose someone.
Dave, were you
Erudite
saying?
has
Hold on,
already
wait, hold on, Dave. Were you saying that she was giving diagnoses to people, as a service?
What I'm saying is she was saying that this is what her qualifications give her the ability to do.
Okay.
And the explanation of what she has the ability to do breaks down to the same thing as a diagnosis. That's what I am attacking, because she also said that she isn't able to give diagnosis.
No,
She's not able to diagnose anyone.
When did she say that she's able to diagnose people?
He's saying she didn't say that. What she said was like, I'm able to break down the criteria and label it as something. And so he's saying like the way that she explained it is pretty much the definition of diagnosis. She just never actually said the word diagnose. That's what he said.
That sounds to me like what she said she had the qualifications for before, which is she's able to administer psychological assessments.
Well,
that's
so
not.
This
that's
is
not,
like, yeah,
to me,
that's not the same.
as a diagnosis. Like
Right.
saying you have BPD or you have schizophrenia of a certain type. That it sounds totally different.
Yeah. So when she's talking about like psychometrician stuff, she's talking about stuff with analytics. She's talking about like tests and stuff for analytics. She's not talking about like with patients.
Okay. I don't know if you can play it back from earlier.
What, the conversation on Chuds?
No, the conversation on here. When she went through and explained what her degree gives her the ability to do. Because maybe you didn't hear what she said, and that's why there's a block in there between what I'm saying and what you're saying.
Okay, what was played on Tom's earlier, or did she actually?
No,
just
she was
physically
actually
come
in here talking to Tom and explained it.
But this would be before he privated his VOD, yeah.
Yeah, but I believe he made it public again.
I am taking it back down. I'm gonna
Okay.
re-upload it without that part on it.
Okay. Sapperman apparently disagrees and doesn't think I heard what I heard, but that's how I heard it. That's how it sounded to me. Which I thought was weird after saying that she's unable to make a diagnosis.
I mean, again, if she's talking about psychoanalytics, that would be very different from how, like, interacting with a patient. And that's what I initially said when you first brought it up, is like, as a psychometrician, she's like making tests and stuff like that.
No, I'm not super smart. I don't really know what a psychometrician actually does.
Yeah, nobody does. It's pretty much analytics. It's psychoanalytics.
Do they just create metrics of
There are-
psychological disorders?
They're probably going to have like baselines for different kind of qualities that they like. I don't know what's going to be included for a psychological assessment.
Okay.
But okay.
Okay, folks.
Howdy,
I got
Sunday.
five. I got 5 seconds for you. Okay.
press.
Then I need to pass out. So it's really simple, right? So there's no registration for psychometrists or psychometricians in Canada. So here's what you do. You get a diploma in psychological assessment, and then if you are employed under the title psychometrist or psychometrician, you can use that title. That's how that works.
Okay.
Yeah. So you need to have worked under the title of psychometrist or psychometrician. Is anybody confused?
Are you saying that she's never employed as a psychometrist or psychometrician?
I've seen no evidence of this. Certainly not of a psychometrician.
So what you're saying is psychometrician isn't.
Well,
like
actually,
an actual
I can disconfirm the psychometrician claim, because her basis for saying so was that she co-authored a paper with somebody that involved testing in some capacity. I believe, actually, if memory serves, and don't quote me on this, I'd have to review it, but I believe the paper she co-authored actually was pretty explicit that it wasn't tested. So.
Well, that wasn't tested.
No, even given her own criteria, which are not consistent with how the accreditation works in Canada, just really to say it doesn't, because it's just a vocational title. He did not actually engage in the activity of a psychometrician. She was under the supervision of somebody who was qualified to be one, out of country. But, yeah. Make sense? It's not that complicated.
I mean, it does sound kind of complicated.
It's actually really simple.
Well, you said you didn't have a lot of time, but I did want to ask a question about that.
I got a question for you first. You got a deal? Okay, so my first question for you is it actually true that you molested your sister or attempted to do so?
Yes.
Okay, now you can ask your question.
Okay. Are we just gonna ignore the fact that that was born out of me being molested 2 years earlier by my cousin?
I do not care. Ask your
Yeah,
question.
right. Yeah, because you're one of those people who like.
Oh, actually, that was a
Ask
question.
her question.
Cheerio.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Don't let him bait you.
Yeah.
You asked one question after, so he did answer.
I'm
your
so
one question.
disappointed.
No, it's
we know
fine.
he did
It's
that
fine.
just to bait you.
I mean, no, but I don't think it was an actual bait. I think he just wanted to say that. I mean, I knew what he was gonna ask.
Yeah.
I knew what he was gonna ask.
Yeah.
Because of course he's gonna ask it. So, yeah. Don't ever let that guy. Don't ever let that guy try to convince you that he has values, because he doesn't.
Yeah, Anidel, jump in.
Also, I just want to point out that
Good.
when I molested my sister, I was 10 years old. In case that needs to be said to anybody.
Probably better if you just don't defend it at all. Just
It was talked about within the last 30 seconds. I kind of need to clarify.
Yeah, it kind of does have to defend it at all.
Yeah,
like he has to say something. Okay.
No matter what you say about it, it's not going to make it sound.
Yeah,
better.
but the problem is everybody's looking at a 30-year-old man.
Yeah,
they're not looking
true.
at a 10-year-old boy.
You're right. You have a very valid point there.
Okay. Anidel. Psychometrician, psychometrics. Explain.
Sorry, I was being a dick. I do have enough time for your question. Sick. What is it?
Okay, so
Jesus.
I couldn't find Den of Fools. It's like down in my list. Sorry.
You're fine.
Wow.
Okay. So basically when
You flustered?
I'm not flustered. I'm actually like thinking about what just happened, and I think I fucking hate you.
Oh, did you ever see
because
the
you're
movie?
the type of
The new one?
I literally don't care what you have to say.
Ask
No,
the
but did you see it?
question.
Because it's really good. And that just flashed in my head, and I realized, shoot, that was a question. I'm free.
Kill it.
Great.
That's great. Yeah. Sorry, the sister molester wanted to ask a question. Let's hear it. Hey, look, man, all walks. Takes all kinds to make a world. What's your question?
I'm just waiting for you to ever like have a conversation where you attempt to actually have it honestly.
My time is indeed short though, so I really was just back for the
That's
question.
fine. Can't wait for you to leave.
Okay. You gonna ask it?
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways.
Can I?
Okay, Anidel is our psychometrics expert. He's coming to explain.
So I'll just give like the briefest history. Back in like 1904, 1905, there was a very famous psychologist and statistician, Charles Spearman, who was looking at test scores of children. And he noticed that the test scores between different subjects within a child all correlated. So if you did well in math, you were more likely to do well in like English and science and all your other grades. And he developed a technique that measures these correlations. And I'm breezing through a lot of history, but essentially there's this idea where there's like unobserved factors that are influencing your observed behavior. With the test scores, he called that G, or intelligence, but you can do that with a lot of things. Like you could have like an unobserved like amount of like liberalism, and that could like affect your opinions on various policies. And that's where like psychometrics comes in, is where you have some theorized unobserved factor. It could be intelligence, it could be personality, it could be various traits, and they're influencing how you answer questions on like a survey or some instrument. So what NotSoErudite does, I'm assuming, is that she, as a part of her job or her clinical work in some way, will develop instruments that are measuring these unobserved traits. Like when she does like addiction, there might be like some unobserved trait that's like heavily involved in like the theory of addiction. And she'll develop items that like measure this, and the goal is that these items, I'm not going to go into the math behind it, measure this trait, and that you can predict stuff like if you have a high amount of this trait, maybe you need like a different treatment that's more effective for people that have like a high amount of the trait, versus if you have a lower amount, you might need another treatment. Does that make sense?
Wait, so isn't the once you actually start developing tools though, wouldn't that become neuroscience instead of psychometrics?
No. So psychometrics is all about measuring what were considered like psychological traits.
I thought they were done through like actual tests, like IQ tests and crap like that.
Yeah, I mean that's IQ tests are a form of psychometrics.
That's what he's referring to when he says G or whatever.
Yeah.
So when you say
calling
tools,
things IQ now.
When you say tools, you don't mean like a brain scan?
No, there are people that do work on that, but I wouldn't call that psychometrics. That would be it could still be psychological.
Can I ask you
is very
something?
yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Anidel? Basically, does anything you just described, or the fact that Erudite is not qualified to diagnose people, preclude her from being able to recommend services to other individuals and sell that as a service?
That wasn't my question.
No. But
No, that's my question.
Let me give a compound. I want to just say one thing, because it's like this bothers me, because I have quite a lot of expertise in the field. Her, grad diploma, I don't really care if you call it degree or diploma, as long as she's not saying it's a master's degree or a PhD, I don't really care. And she isn't, as far as I'm aware. Is in psychological assessment, but and like it bothers me that President Sunday gets like butt over this, because in the field, if someone said to me, if they said they were trained in psychological assessment, to me that's psychometrics. If they said testing, if they said educational testing, anything with testing or assessment, to me that's all psychometrics. I don't know. There's very rare or very few actual degrees that would say like psychometrics or psychometry or whatever. Usually it's always going to be like something like psychological testing, assessment, education. Things like the SAT or the GRE are all a part of psychometrics. The people that design the test rely heavily on the statistics based on it.
Did we lose
Mantis has a really good question.
No,
Does she
sorry,
can-
I was getting attacked by my dog.
sorry.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were done. Sorry.
And then the other thing I wanted to say, as what relates to her like her side service, I think she's probably overqualified for that. And to like assuage what Dave is like thinking that she's diagnosing, that's not really what she's doing. If I was to guess what she's doing, I didn't watch the conversation, but I'm imagining someone comes up to her for this service and they ask her, or they tell her like, oh, I'm feeling like this or that. And based on that, she's saying, this kind of sounds like you might need someone who's like, if someone came up to me and they said they were having trouble like sleeping and they were like not feeling very like motivated.
She finds specialists.
Yeah, she'll be like, well, you know, maybe you should see someone that like specializes in like depression, or depending on like how they describe it, you like, I had a friend who I noticed he stopped coming to class, and I talked to him, and I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a clinical psychologist, and even I could tell like, oh no, it sounds like you're depressed. So he went and saw someone, and he got diagnosed with depression. So I like a layperson is not that hard to tell, but it's not giving a diagnosis, because we can't give diagnosis. Only licensed professionals can do that.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
I mean,
from your perspective, everything she's told, as long as she's actually working the jobs she says she's working, it's like she has all the qualifications necessary, and there's nothing inconsistent with any of this as far as you can see.
Yeah, I mean, even if she wasn't working, even if she didn't have like anything related to like psychology in her like repertoire, she could probably still do this. It'd be kind of weird, but like if you go to like your university, they'll often have like, you know, counselors. They're not like psychological counselors, but they're like meant to like guide students. And you can usually ask them for like recommendations of who to go see. And I don't really think that they're any more qualified.
Yeah, like because again, if for everybody who's unaware, you can go watch my streams in the past on this. I'm pretty sure they're still titled, you know, President Sunday versus NotSoErudite or something like that. But like we actually looked up everything ourselves. We went and found all of the like necessary credentials for her province. We found like we found all of their definitions for the terms. We found like what exactly each job does and all of this crap. We went through all of it. And then I would suggest after that, watching President Sunday talk to Pisco about it right after, which Pisco tweeted out a copy of the video today.
Okay.
Yeah, like nothing she does seems weird to me.
I just
I mean,
and
it
she also
seems-
gives refunds, from my understanding. So if you're unhappy with the service, you can ask for a refund.
I just want to push back though, real quick. So if I tell you my symptoms and you suggest that I might have something, that is a diagnosis.
She's not
No.
even suggesting
No, a
necessarily
diagnosis
that you
is like
have
very
something.
formal.
But I'm
You
going
can-
by
you
what
can
he
say-
just said. He said, if people tell her what's going on, she would say, well, it sounds like you might have depression. You should go talk to this person.
Wait, that's not no. That's not a diagnosis. A diagnosis is saying that like you have the qualifications to tell somebody that they do have something to the best of your or to the best of your ability. She does not have that ability. She doesn't have that information. She can only tell you what it sounds like you might have and send you to a specialist.
I
for
don't
that.
even think she's going that far. If I were to assume, it sounds like she's taking on somebody's symptoms that they convey to her, and she's just sending them to a relevant professional. She's not even nearing on making a diagnosis. She's just saying, okay, if these are the symptoms you're experiencing,
Yes.
I will send you to so-and-so person. It doesn't mean she like a lot of these symptoms could be
The point is that
indicative.
even
Hold
still,
on.
that wouldn't be a diagnosis, though.
Just
That's
give
all
me
that
a
matters.
It's fun. I'll take the 3 on 1.
any
It's okay.
any set
Go on.
of symptoms could lead to tens of different diagnoses that you could possibly get, because maybe the psychologist or psychiatrist you see afterwards also like understands different things that maybe you aren't seeing, but they see when they're actually meeting you. It seems wild to me that people would even make the connection that because you disclose symptoms, that before she ever recommends you to a professional, she must be doing some kind of like pseudo, not really kind of sort of diagnosis. To me, that doesn't map at all.
First off, she is being a professional. She's getting paid to do this. And regardless of whether she'll give a refund, she's still getting paid up front. She's getting paid in order to give a medical opinion.
Well, she's getting paid to give people
Not a
list of
medical
potential
opinion. I can
clinicians.
pay. Yes, I can charge people to give them recommendations. They're like, that is not a medical opinion. You do not have to be a professional to do this. She just happens to have more information than I would, so people would rather go to her because hopefully she's going to have a better like educated guess at where she sends you.
But I want to push back a little bit, because I think people maybe don't like, if you haven't been to a mental health professional, you might not know how this really works. You don't go to a mental health professional with no idea what's happening. You typically go with a very specific idea of what's happening. When I went to go see a mental health professional recently, I went because I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. And I had a whole list of like reasons why I thought this. And when I went, I talked about it. I talked about it for a very long time. And the person's like, yeah, this sounds like ADHD. And I got diagnosed with that. I would be surprised if the people that are asking her for help are giving her, they might even be like, I think I'm depressed. And she's like, okay. She might ask for like why they think that. And then she might use that information being like, okay, here are people who say they're specializing in depression. And usually like the specialty is like, that's typically only like a formal specialization. Like you can go to like any mental health professional, they can diagnose you. They don't have to specialize in it.
Correct.
But they'll often also specialize in like dozens of things. And sometimes the only thing that might be relevant is like if you're like a young adult versus like an older adult, there's like different mental health professionals that specialize in different age groups. That's probably most relevant because you want someone that's more experienced with looking at the symptoms of your age group than like I wouldn't want to go to like a child mental health professional, because the symptoms of childhood ADHD versus adult ADHD are very different.
Well, I have been diagnosed with ADHD, and I did not go to a psychologist thinking I had ADHD.
Well, I mean,
but how
not
old were
how
you
you're
when it happened?
supposed to. That's not how you're supposed to do it. It's
how
if you
old
go
were you?
in.
There's not
like,
really a supposed to, anyways. Like people have different paths.
If you
inside
go
of,
in
like,
assuming you have something, it taints the result.
I don't think so. If you're a good professional, you should be able to figure it out.
People intentionally fake diseases constantly by going through, they read the DSM-5 definition of something.
How did we get here? Why are we here? Why are we?
Well, because we're arguing diagnosis. She gives diagnosis. She says what people tell her what they think they have.
A diagnosis
Where are you getting this from?
A diagnosis is formal. She cannot diagnose. A diagnosis is something that's like on my medical record that says that I'm diagnosed with.
I can diagnose you as something. It doesn't mean I'm right.
No, you can't.
What about recommending somebody for diagnosis?
Wait. Okay, so in the definition, sure. By the definition, it just says like a diagnosis is to identify the nature of an illness or another problem by examination of the symptoms. That's what a diagnosis is. But the way that we use this colloquially, it infers the authority to give a diagnosis. The way that we use this already, if I tell somebody you're autistic, I am not diagnosing them when I tell them that they're autistic, even though I am looking at a pattern of behaviors and saying, hey, like you do this, that, and the other. You're not getting jokes. You're not getting facial expressions. And then I call you autistic. I am not diagnosing you in that moment, even though I still did all of those things. We don't use the word that way. We infer authority with the word diagnosis. But even still, that's still not what she's doing. She's not telling you that you have this thing. She is sending you to a professional for the professional to tell you that you have the thing.
Well, I mean, even saying identification of the nature of the illness already assumes that she's telling you what the overall meaning of your symptoms is, but you're making the stretch to say that she's diagnosing anybody when the only thing, as far as I've been concerned, has been said is that she's recommending people, after seeing their symptoms, to a professional.
Oh, sure. But my pushback was that I'm assuming that the people, because this is what I would do, is if I was asking her, I'd be like, I think I might have this, or this. And based on what I say, she'll be looking at people whose specialization matches that. I'm not saying she's like that. To me, that's not diagnosing. Diagnosing would be.
Sorry, I mean, it's that, or they just come and say, hey, I have these symptoms. And she can say like, oh, it's a problem with your foot. Here's a great foot doctor or something like that, right? Like she doesn't even need to know what your self-diagnosis is in order for her to send you to somebody. She can still like get the information on what it is that's generally giving you problems. Like she can just get the symptoms and then send you to somebody. She doesn't need to have a diagnosis, or anything like that.
Sure. I don't disagree with that. But I mean, I'm imagining that, like, I don't know. I just can't imagine. When I had depression, I knew I had depression. I didn't need a mental health professional to tell me it. I needed a mental health professional to get help. But I don't think people are that oblivious to what's wrong. Now, sometimes people are incorrect.
Very against self-diagnosis.
To me,
it's not self-diagnosis. Self-diagnosis is saying, "Oh, I have this regardless of what people think." I don't believe.
I don't know who watered down the term diagnosis.
I mean, that's like how people like Demon Mama use it, where you diagnose your own illness.
Yes,
I'm not
what I'm
saying
talking
that.
about. Like,
but no, I'm not. You're not diagnosing.
You're like,
you haven't. If I fell on my arm and my bone was sticking out of my arm, I don't need a doctor to tell me that I have a compound fracture. If I'm feeling incredibly unhappy for years and suicidal, I don't need a psychiatrist to tell me I have depression. I know it.
I mean, to me, one of the important things that I could see coming out of somebody like Erudite engaging with people to like get them connected to a service is simply that, getting them connected. Because if these people have mental health problems, they might feel very overwhelmed, or at least not know how to get the ball rolling in seeking help in the first place. And if they're going to her, they're obviously like putting in some effort to say like, I think I need help. I'm going to come to you and you're going to tell me where to start looking.
Okay, I got a quick PSA for anybody out there. If you're thinking about spending $50 to ask Kyla to tell you who to talk to in your area, just go on Google and type out psychologist near me and call somebody. Call an actual professional then. Why spend $50?
I mean, to be fair, when you're calling you're calling a secretary who's probably less qualified, which is fine.
Yes, but they'll get you in to see an actual person who can help you.
Sort of. I had to call like 20 offices to find someone that didn't have a 6-month wait list. It took a lot of calls.
Sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
she's not calling around for you.
What do you mean she's?
But the thing is, if you're paying her for a service, Like, yes, you could do the service yourself for free by taking your own time. That's fine. You
I'm
can,
trying
you
to
can
save
recommend
people
that.
$50.
I mean, that's fine, but I don't think she's doing anything unethical. She's saying, if you want to use my time for this, this is how much I'm charging.
Yeah, if you want somebody to help you find someone, this is a common thing. This is common practice. I know tons of other people who work in medical fields, and they all charge to help you find somebody else. They all do this, like literally all of them. They all charge to help you find somebody else. Even like your own family doctor. If you go to your family doctor, they will charge you just to hear what your symptoms are and then send you to a specialist. Everybody does this.
Let's not even talk about doctors or like walking into an office. If you have ACA, okay, the Affordable Care Act, some medical insurance under that, you go up to your local DHS, they hand you a list of resources or help you call places. Even though it's paid for by the government, those people aren't working for free. They're not working out of the goodness of their hearts, but they're there to connect you with some sort of resource or some sort of building that can actually get you the help that you need. But they're not doing it for free. The difference is that instead of the government paying those people, I'm paying you directly.
Yes, they didn't go to school to give you charity. This is their job, okay? Like that they get paid for this, okay? Now, you can go off about Medicare for all and all of that bull crap or whatever. Currently, that doesn't exist. So people who are doctors or work in any sort of medical field, they charge for any services that they provide people with their expertise. There is nothing unethical about this or wrong with it. If you don't have
insurance, doctors will usually charge you a lower price to compensate if they're a decent doctor.
Well, she's not a doctor. You're not going to her for medical information. You're just going to get a recommendation, which is something that literally I can do. So yeah. All right.
Okay.
I am going to move on from this. But...
That's fine. Okay, so what about the other things that I brought up, like the threat of legal action being blackmail?
Threat of legal action is never blackmail. It's threat of legal action.
Yeah. Do you think a cease and desist is blackmail?
I understand.
No.
I understand
A
the
legal
definition
action
of blackmail.
isn't blackmail. Threatening a legal action is blackmail.
Well, yes. Cease and desist is a threat of a legal action.
Yes. If somebody walks up to me and says, I'm going to stab you, and I say, if you try to stab me, I'm going to call the police. According to you, I am blackmailing that person.
Yes, you should just call the police.
That's retarded.
Literally, look up the definition of.
I understand
blackmail,
the definition.
then.
Nobody uses it that way.
Why does nobody?
You
okay,
keep
apparently
doing this.
You people don't use definitions.
Words. No, we use colloquial usages. This is how words work. Like we're like a definition is giving like the most simplified. What?
I don't even think you're right about this. When it says that a diagnosis is determining like the nature of an illness, where is Erudite doing that in understanding somebody's symptoms?
I'm not saying that she is doing that. I'm saying that that's what she explained when she talked to Tom, when you weren't here, and neither was this person. The only people that have been here that are in this call are me and Tom.
Yeah, but I'm basically.
So you don't even know what I'm talking about to push back against me. So
no, but I mean, I'm going to go even farther, saying she could literally be like, you know what? I think you have depression. I'm still going to say that's not a diagnosis.
It's not a diagnosis.
But I don't even think she has to do that. I think the person probably has an idea what they have, and they tell her, and they also tell her why. That's what I'm going to guess. And she's going to be like, okay, I'm going to look for people that deal with this type of stuff, and then they'll figure it out.
We're already past this. She's not diagnosing anybody. For blackmail, it has to be an illegal use of a quid pro quo. This is not an illegal use of this.
Can I ask Dave a question?
Yeah, go for it.
When Destiny was on stream like multiple times saying, I think I'm going to send a cease and desist to Keffels if she doesn't stop this.
Yes,
is that blackmail?
Yeah.
If you understand, it has to be illegal. It has to be illegal in order for it to be blackmail. Yes, it does.
No. Threatening legal action.
Do you not use definitions? Do you not use definitions?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
In the definition, it says threats of. I don't remember.
Okay, I can't handle any more of this conversation.
The
I will say,
action
Tom,
treated
I'm
as a
gonna
criminal
leave.
offense of demanding payment or another benefit from someone in return for not revealing, compromising, or damaging information about them. So it is a legal offense. Okay, sorry, Sick. Go ahead.
There's
No,
usually
yeah,
more than.
I'm okay. I'm sorry, Dave. Shut up.
You're fine.
Love you, but no. I just will say I'm done with this conversation. It seems psychotic to think that because, and Sunday does this too, that simply by ever engaging with or having qualifications in the mental health field, you're restricted from so many normal human behaviors that everybody else seemingly is able to engage in. There's nothing nefarious or malicious indicative inside the actions themselves, and Erudite might be chastised because she might walk by somebody or talk to somebody in her Discord and say, hey, you seem a little depressed, or you seem like you might have depression. That is so far away from a medical diagnosis, and it just seems psychotic to think that that's the standard we're going by. So
Just a final word. I have nothing against Erudite. I actually think she's a great person. She's really nice. And I don't assume any ill will to what she's doing. But that doesn't mean I think the way that she does it is correct.
Nothing you've said here sounds like a diagnosis. Literally nothing you've said sounds anything like a diagnosis. And I haven't heard you say what she said that actually makes it sound like it's a diagnosis. So I
It's because I don't remember how she worded it. It was in a video about an hour and a half ago.
All right. I will re-upload it and then we can quibble about this tomorrow.
Please, please.
And the last thing is just the fact that I think they should out the people who are attempting to dox, whether they doxed or not, whether it's real information, because
They
threatening
already
or
said
trying
like
to
what the
dox somebody
email
is
was
fucked
and
up.
crap like that, and that it's like it's all like random stuff.
Okay, this is gonna go on forever. Love you, Tom. Thanks for having
Thanks.
me on. Later.
All right. Thanks, Anidel, for coming on and explaining that stuff.
If you guys, it's a huge pet peeve, especially when Twitch pool goes over, because people are very misinformed about what the field is.
Yeah.
And it does not help having someone who is both confident and misinformed make like several videos about it that people react to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, if you guys want to go watch my video on it, I believe Anidel and Lou Ray are both in my chat the entire time saying that like I'm getting everything right. So like I would go watch that video if you are behind on this lore, because there's a lot that happened before this. I'll try to post it in the Discord or something. But all right. Thanks, guys. I'm going to drop out.
All right.
Later.
Have fun.
Okay. So yeah, just to be safe, I went ahead, because the post is gone from Spicy Chat. I went ahead, took the post, I don't want my stream to be the one place where it's at, so I took the VOD down. I will edit it, upload it. It will be very freaking long, but it's it'll be up. Now we can watch this real quick, I guess. Sapo, this is almost 30 minutes long. What the heck?
Okay, well, welcome. As promised to a lot of you, I'm going to basically cover how to find a really good therapist. So as some of you may know, I actually offer this as a $40 service. With this service, I give you 3 therapists. Sometimes I give you 4, depending on your complex needs, that I've vetted and highly recommend and encourage you to contact. So what this video is going to be is I'm actually going to walk you through the process that I use to find a good therapist, so that if you can't afford me, but you still want to find a solid therapist, you can hopefully use this video to help you out. So what I've done here is I have posted on Twitter, and I had 2 people who were kind enough to allow me to use some of their information. So we're going to do 2 cases. I'm going to find 2 different people's therapists in this video. I'm going to walk you through everything that I do to find it. And based on a couple of things that I think these 2 cases are missing, I'm going to cover a little bit of extra information, particularly for my European viewers.
Okay. Well, I don't know what any of these bullet points are.
So with that, let's get started. And thanks for tuning in. Okay, so where do you start off first? So finding.
Okay. Do you want to do in-person therapy or do you prefer online? If not sure, I usually always recommend in-person where possible. So let me blow this up for you guys. Okay. So yeah, do you want to do in-person therapy or do you prefer online? If not sure, I usually always recommend in-person where possible. For in-person, what city is nearest you? For online, what state or province are you in? You guys should try to get President Sunday to do this, and then you can ask him what city he lives in and all of his address and information and everything, and then you'll have it. Then you'll be good. Just try to get him to try to use him as a source, and then okay. For in-person, what city is nearest you? For online, what state or province are you in? Psychologists are licensed per state, and I typically only take clients within their licensed state. Number 3, what in general is your presenting problem? You can be as vague as needed. I don't want to dig into your personal info, but I also want to make sure I match you in therapists. Wait, I match you to a therapist who is equipped to deal with. Damn it, dude. My glasses are broken, but I can't. It literally hurts my eyes to read without glasses on.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too, Paul. Thank you for the subscription. All right, there we go. What in general is your presenting problem? You can be as vague as needed. I don't want to dig into your personal info, but I also want to make sure I match you with a therapist who is equipped to deal with the issue at hand. Are you personally religious? If so, what religion? Number 5, are you in any way a minority? LGBT, Pacific, Caribbean. In general, the most important element of therapeutic relationships is connection. If your culture is integral to your identity, or if you're a minority, it's often helpful to match on that, as a counselor will understand. What insurance, if any, are you using? Number 7, do you prefer a more empirically focused problem-solving form of therapy? Or are you more artistic and prefer a more exploratory process? Number 8, have you had therapy in the past? What was worked or didn't work for you? I guess that's supposed to say what has. What has worked or didn't work for you? Number 9, do you have a strong gender preference for your counselor? That's everything. Information regarding my service, $40 is the cost for this service. I will provide 3 options of psychologists / therapists who I believe seem best suited to help you out. Crap, I'm trying to move this. Seem best suited to help you out if you try all 3. They do not work for you. I guarantee your money back as long as you provide evidence of attempting to go / try. Another option is I can send you another 3 therapists I recommend. So there you go. No diagnosis included. Doesn't really ask for any sort of information. Just What, in general, is your presenting problem? You can be as vague as needed. I don't want to dig into your personal info, but I also want to make sure I match you to a therapist who is equipped to deal with the issue at hand. So this is number 3. That is the one that answers our question right there. Tomfooleryshow, imagine a person who has never gone to therapy. They might not have ever considered these questions, which is why she guides people through the process. Yep. Yep. That's a good chunk of money for what probably takes her like 20 minutes. Well, I mean, it's a lot less than a doctor's visit that will take a lot longer and cost more and have the same outcome. So, but Michael, I don't know why this isn't. You said this isn't the same in the U.S. as far as I know. What isn't? Oh, okay. Sorry, you said you read it wrong. Okay, I was about to say. I'm still confused as to what you were saying. Why you kept telling me she's in Canada. I was already aware she's in Canada, but but this is a lot less than a doctor's visit. This isn't a doctor's visit. What? Keep up, Callum, okay? Somebody's saying that this is a lot of money for just a 20-minute process. I'm saying you could do literally the same thing, but just go to the doctor. The doctor will charge you for the doctor's visit and then give you a recommendation to a specialist afterwards. You will end up paying more for the doctor's visit, and it'll take a lot longer, and it'll probably be a lot more inconvenient to actually go to the doctor to get the recommendation. Tom, there's organizations that will do it for free in Canada. Then go to the freaking organizations. I don't know why you're telling me that. Like, I don't know if you guys think she's like forcing people to do this or something, but she's offering a service. Every person in the medical field that I know gets hit up for recommendations non-stop. Non-stop. They are saying, like, people are always bugging me for some sort of recommendation for all sorts of things. And so they all just start charging for it. Do they charge for those recommendations? Yes, of course. Of course. That doesn't make it ethical? Yes, it does. It was ethical before that. That doesn't make it ethical. It's already ethical. It's your job. You are doing your job. You ask somebody to do their job and you charge for it. That makes it ethical. You just pulled that out of your ass? No, I did not. You guys are freaking retarded, okay? I don't know what your issues are.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Hey. So I'm listening in on this, and it's a little bit frustrating because I feel like the point is being lost. I just want to talk to you one-on-one very quickly. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So the issue at hand is not that Kyla is less qualified than anybody else to tell someone, look, I looked on this search engine and I found a therapist or a psychiatrist in your area. Here, go give him a try. The problem is that she's using a public search engine as her only tool to decide, hey, this is a better fit for you based on my assessment, and this is where it gets diagnostic. Based on my assessment of your complex needs, I have vetted between this specialist and this specialist for the low price of $50. This gets especially dangerous when she's acknowledging, hey, and you can see in the clip that I show that she does this. For some of my clients, it might be a little bit out of financial range, some of these specialists. I'm going to give them an additional option that's sort of at lower cost. Well, taking money from that person is going to decrease their budget that they're going to allocate towards their treatment. You see how this becomes a little bit problematic right away. And the reason why it matters that her diploma is an assessment is not to downgrade assessment, although one could. There are issues with that area, but leaving that aside, she is not specially equipped to decide between these different types of specialists based on her assessment of their individual practices, the patients who are requesting her services, who are paying for her services, and moreover, at a local level, actually discerning the quality of a treatment center or of a psychiatrist or a doctor is a very involved process. What we observe is that she literally just searches in the local area. She has a conversation with the client. I have no notion as to how in depth this is, but it doesn't matter because she's not trained to be able to assess these things in any detail. She takes their money and then she sends them on the basis of what judgment we know not what. That actually is highly exploitative. The people she's talking to are people who
I
are
love you,
specifically mentally, emotionally, psychologically compromised in some way. This affects things down the line in very complex ways, which will affect their capacity to bring in an income in many cases, especially if she's talking about people who are already financially limited. And when she's on top of that, she's taking their money. She's not just sending them somewhere on the basis of really a layman's judgment, dressed up as professional judgment. She's also taking away their money, so they now have to budget accordingly, and maybe they end up picking the worse option on the basis of $100 difference. You see how dangerous this gets. It is very possible, like with the tuna chip, for example, for instance. He's confirmed after the fact, and I'm inclined to take his word for it. He wasn't actually suicidal. He was having a bit of an anxiety moment that sort of changed his tone a little bit, and he was going into a dark place with his antinatalist stances. But suppose this person actually was in dire straits. Suppose this person was actually on their last leg. Pilot wasn't even aware at the time that this person had a counselor. I've been seeing them for 10 years. And suppose in a moment of poor judgment, he gives away $50 to this person. Maybe this $50 is crucial in some way. If you're a lower income person, $50 can be. And he ends up going to somebody who is not actually a good fit. And maybe all that ends up happening is he does a consultation, probably costs him, I don't know how much that would be, and finds out, oh, no, this isn't really a fit for this at all. You see the problem. She's selling a service to people on the basis that her judgment is superior to theirs, but there's literally nothing she is doing and no training that she has that actually would put her into a position to be a better judge of which therapist or psychiatrist or neurologist or what kind of each is better. She's not in a position to do that better than any layperson because effectively she is. Her training is not in mental health. Her training is solely in psychological assessment. That is not training in mental health. These are radically different. These are radically different areas.
So you don't think her schooling in psychology gives her any more of an ability to do this than a layperson?
For her bachelor's degree in psychology,
yeah,
there are going to be people with degrees in other fields who have taken electives in psychology. Sometimes maybe they'll have taken classes on personality, maybe on different types of mental illness, maybe in medicine, or like philosophy of medicine, or maybe
but we wouldn't call
like
those people the
some specific
layperson,
subfield.
right?
Well, it's a little bit tricky there because a 4-year psychology degree is not going to be the same thing as a specialized graduate program, right? And to her credit, the graduate diploma in assessment does actually specialize her for specific tasks. She is actually specialized to work in a lab, to administer and perhaps even interpret tests and things of that sort. However, this is not the same skill set that is going to be deployed by somebody who has to vet between people who are specifically trained in dealing with complex, and this is her language, the complex needs of deeply troubled patients. It simply doesn't equip her to do so. These are not the same area. Psychology is a vast field. Psychiatry is not identical with it. These are radically different areas.
Sure. So
Yeah.
So one, we agree that somebody like who has some sort of who has some sort of information more than the layperson, this is normally common practice for them to charge for recommendations, right?
It depends on what they're charging for. If they're charging for something under the auspices that their professional qualifications or training makes them better positioned to be a better judge in the particular area they're charging for, if that's false, then that's grossly unethical. If that's true, then that's normal. But this is false in this case. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So, and then they like,
and to be clear, just to reply to I don't recall what their name was, but the assessment person who was on earlier seemed like a nice person. Anidel. Yeah. The issue I have is not with her conflating these terms. That isn't the issue at hand. The issue is that she distinguishes these terms very specifically in order to describe a profile that gives her authority to a lay audience. So she says very specifically, I did work as a psychometrician, now I'm a psychometrist. She's actually specifying those terms more so than I am. It is true these terms are often used equivalently in a loose fashion. Sort of the way people say nuclear and nuclear, right? Technically one's less correct, but you know what they're saying. The problem here, though, is that she's not saying this within the context of doing psychological assessment. She's saying this in the context of selling her expertise within the subject area of psychology and mental health generally. And that's where it becomes a problem. The issue is not because I think that the terms psychometrist and psychometrician are sacrosanct. The issue is that to a lay audience that isn't familiar with these terms, that sounds like a professional title that indicates a high degree of training. And for a lay audience, there is not a high degree of discernment between somebody who is trained in this area of psychology or psychiatry or in some sort of, I don't know, like quantitative work that is heavily deployed by each. And that's more where she falls.
Yeah. So, okay. So we agree.
So it's a legitimate skill set, but it's being used inappropriately.
Yeah.
As a title.
If somebody had more information or had some sort of specialty to where they could give a good recommendation, it would be common practice for them to charge for the recommendations. Whether or not she just searches, I don't know.
That's going to be a very specific problem, because when you judge, when you vet, once again, her language, when you vet between therapists or between psychiatrists, you're going to be evaluating them on a variety of things that you are not going to have access to on the basis of a search in a thing. You'd have to be able to observe their practice to some degree. You'd have to be able to review relevant research, things of that sort. It's very complicated. It's not as simple as just going, this person has X, Y, and Z label, and they're in your area, and they're in your budget, which is all she's capable of doing from where she is. It's a much more complicated process. It's not actually entirely indistinct from when people are seeking out surgeons for certain types of transition procedures. Depending on who the doctor is that you seek out for top surgery, for example, you may be looking at very substantial qualitatively different outcomes. Depending on and this is of course the case for doctors and medical practitioners of all stripes. You can't judge this on the basis solely of an online profile on a public service. And there are problems with these public services by themselves. They aren't run as nonprofits. They do generate an income, and they do not actually offer the tools necessary to really distinguish between different practitioners in terms of quality and so forth. What she's effectively doing is being a middleman for what's that thing called? The thing that you keep getting ads for, mental help on YouTube. She's effectively saying, "Hey, I'll be a middleman and I'll handle this thing that is already targeted towards a general usership." And then in addition to that, she's insisting that no, this is a super complicated process. So she's intimidating people from trying it for themselves. That's where I have an issue with it.
Sure. I mean,
yes.
I get that. So I know people. I know one person who.
Yeah. But the reason why I'm harping on about this and I'm being so particular, is because when you ask, is it normal for somebody with professional training to charge a fee for a service? I mean, obviously, but that's not the end of the story. If they're charging a fee for a service, and are doing things that would tend to mislead the person they're charging into thinking they need them in particular for that service when they don't, especially when we're talking about a specifically vulnerable clientele, which we always are when we're talking about people, as I think you put earlier, which we always are when we're talking about people who are dealing with any sort of mental health issue. That's when it becomes a much more dire thing.
Yeah. So she offers refunds for anybody if it doesn't work out.
That's immaterial.
And then
that's immaterial. Like great. She's got a back door in case she fucks up royally, but that doesn't really alter the situation.
It doesn't alter the situation, but it does alter some of the things that you're saying. Where you're saying, well,
not
if
really,
she gives
because
a bad recommendation, this person's just out $40.
Well, they're also out time and morale. In the meantime, they haven't been seeking appropriate treatment from somebody who's actually qualified to give it. We're rolling dice here with people's well-being and with people's lives. It's great that she offers refunds if she fucks up and somebody complains, but that's an amelioration on something that's already unethical by itself. It's not sufficient to justify it.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I know somebody who worked as a I want to say just like a receptionist for a therapist, and she gives recommendations because she believes that she's like able to look for things that everybody else doesn't know to look for.
Okay.
But I don't know that she actually charges for them.
Okay,
so
well that's going to make a bit of a difference. It will also be significantly different how she's portraying herself to a general public. So if she's not charging, she still has a responsibility to be very modestly representing her capacity so that they're as accurate as possible, so people don't come in with expectations that aren't accurate. If she is charging, then the expectations go way up. So, I mean, I hope your friend is being responsible. That's all I can say. But we're not talking about someone who is just going like, hey, I got some in and out knowledge of the industry. Let me give you some pointers if I can. We're talking about someone who is specifically trying to sell themselves especially competent to make recommendations at vast distance from both her area of expertise and her locality. And she's simply not equipped or trained to do that. And she certainly should not be giving the impression that she is. And that's what she's doing. She's giving the impression that she is specially equipped to do that, to do that, when in fact all she's doing is running through some keywords in a search engine.
Well, so
that's
so
unacceptable.
Let's say everything that she says she does, like all of the qualifications that she says she had on stream today. Let's say she actually has all of those qualifications. You still feel the same?
Yeah. What qualifications is she referring to? I'm aware of her qualifications. I'm just curious what you have in mind.
So like having gone through counseling, getting licensed in addiction counseling, she has
that doesn't give her any special knowledge here. So when she did her when she acquired her license to be an addictions counselor, Canada, you can find articles about this online. Canada has a very serious problem with almost total lack of oversight with respect to therapists, especially addictions therapy. So she went in with very little background education. I'm not actually clear if she had her bachelor's at the time she was employed. That's neither here nor there. The point is, when she acquired her license, that had just been rolled out, and a part of the criteria for her getting her license were the hours worked already for Adiera, which is again a faith-based healing place. And that means that when she says, I've got experience as an addictions counselor, that's not experience as like, oh, I was just a smart cookie and I got super qualified for a clinical job, and this is just, you know, this is like, this gives me special insight into da 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 da. What it actually means is she got a job with borderline zero qualifications. Tests were rolled out midway through to allow her to sign up for a license, almost as if she was getting a license for driving a car. And then she's used that after the fact to puff up her credentials further on. And she's allowed to do that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, unless she's trying to give the impression that therefore she has clinical experience of a sort that would tend to give a general secular usership confidence in her medical knowledge or in her knowledge of mental health or so on and so forth. And that just simply isn't borne out. What we're talking about here is a very slow, often corrupt rollout of licensing programs that are not heavily monitored still. I think actually, if memory serves, well, they rolled out licenses for these different roles in Alberta. Most of Canada is not regulated at all, but in Alberta, the college still isn't claiming. So it's complicated. I'd have to review it. But this does not give her special insight into which kinds of specialists to send somebody who is presenting complex psychological issues. They're borderline not related.
So yeah, so I was gonna say she's got an honors psych diploma and then also licensed addiction counselor.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. Yeah, that's irrelevant. An honors psych diploma, that can mean any number of things. Let's say for argument's sake that she's in a program where honors psych means she just performed really, really well, and not that she was enrolled in a capstone course, which is actually what makes up a lot of honors programs, where quite literally you sometimes even pay a little bit extra to take an extra course in which you do an independent project, and then you get to say honors at the end. Let's assume it's the former. Let's assume she was a really good bachelor student, some material. You do not have the specialized knowledge on the basis of a bachelor's degree in any field to be able to do two critical things that she's doing here. First, she's assessing her patient's needs, her client's needs. And second, she's vetting between practices. That's impossible to do even for someone who is specialized in that area, because you need to have a much closer and more intimate understanding of a practice to actually be able to judge it, not just look into a search engine and go, oh, this person seems nice, looks like she's got a background in X, Y, and Z, looks like they're in your budget range, go. You would still require a consultation. And effectively what she's doing is she's taking money from people to offer them absolutely nothing in return, because this is something that anybody and their grandmother could do by themselves.
So do they need to have the ability to like give a diagnosis in order to give a recommendation?
Well, a little bit, because she's making a recommendation not just on the basis of the clinic or of the practice. She's making a diagnosis on the basis of her assessment, and it will always be her assessment of a patient's complex needs. This is her language. They're complex needs. To determine a patient's complex needs, you will be making something in the domain of a diagnosis. You will be judging what they need, what is best for them. You will require some level of specialized knowledge into the bare minimum of treatment for different types of conditions, and you will need some level of intimate knowledge of a practice in order to say, this practice here, this matches the complex needs of this particular patient.
Okay.
You see?
Yeah, I mean, it just from my, I don't have a lot of information on this, but just from my perspective, I disagree. I would feel like this is more than most people would have, and she probably
Why
has
would you disagree though? You just saying your perspective isn't particularly compelling.
Hold on. So I think that she has more information than most people, and so that just gives her like
but she really
a little
doesn't.
bit more of an ability. But
what information does she have more than most people?
Just having
But why do you think
diploma.
So?
And the same things that I named.
The diploma is in assessment. The diploma is not in mental health.
She has experience in
she has experience. She has experience in an addictions recovery center that centers prayer and church attendance. This is not medical science, Tom.
From what I saw, it looks like they're just like any NA or AA group meeting.
Yeah, but remember what I just said earlier. We have a problem in Canada. We have an almost total dearth of oversight. So of course these things are going to pop up because they're lucrative. But that doesn't mean that she's specially qualified.
Assumption.
No. But if her qualification is derived from a completely unregulated area that she just happened to be lucky to be in, that doesn't qualify her to direct patients with complex psychological needs to practices that operate entirely outside of her training. That's absurd, Tom.
That in and of itself, no. I like I said, the diploma, the experience, and the
But
fact
that's
that
all she
she's
has.
working
That's all she has,
psychometrics,
Tom.
where she's like she has some understanding of like psychology. I would say that she has more understanding than the layman. But with that
But
said,
you'd be wrong.
I would.
You'd be wrong.
I'm happy to look into like ethics of recommendations and stuff like that online and see if there's, because I'm sure there's like
no. I understand. I understand, and I understand. Like, you gotta keep. You can't close the door. But Tom, you're flat out incorrect here. Like, I'm
Sure,
sorry.
and as I
There's
said, I'm
literally
gonna look into it. I'm literally gonna read it on stream. Like I prefaced everything I was saying by saying I don't know what I'm talking about. I have no idea. But just from my perspective, like I haven't heard anything that would actually convince me otherwise. But I'm happy to look into like actual ethics. I'm sure there's entire papers written on like ethics of giving recommendations that that we can go over. So I'm.
So you have a good night.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
sir. I got through a sentence at the end. I got through a whole sentence at the end. Okay, somebody said, who was it? D1001 more. Said, Tom, can someone that isn't a surgeon but has helpful classes cut you open? No, of course not. Why would you ask that? That's not analogous in any way whatsoever. We're not asking, your comparison is saying, can Kyla diagnose somebody, right? Like that's the only way it would be analogous, is if we're saying that Kyla's diagnosing people. Because like I hear what President Sunday is saying, and it actually sounds very similar to like this type of stuff that I feel like Max would say about this, or Mr. Girl would say about this sort of crap, where like I feel like they hold very much higher standards than a lot of people that I know. But like I said, I have no freaking clue what I'm talking about. So, I Tomfooleryshow, I diagnose you with autism, and I'm the only specialist that can help you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have a whole video of me calling or saying, I think this person might be autistic, and they come on 2 months later to freak out on me, saying I diagnosed them with autism. Yeah, it sucks. I had to end the first stream. We had like 250 people watching at the time. I screwed that one up. But everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button. We'll get through this. So let's see. And if anybody has if anybody wants to look, try to find some sort of paper or anything written on ethics of recommendations. I think I got one. Okay, professional recommendations disclosing facts and values. Abstract. It is not unusual for patients and their families, when confronted with difficult medical choices, to ask their physician for advice. This paper outlines the shades of meaning of two questions frequently put to physicians: what should I do, and what would you do? It is argued that these are not questions about objective matters of fact, hence any response to such question requires an understanding, appreciation, and disclosure of the personal context and values that inform the recommendation. A framework for considering articulating a response to these questions is suggested using a heuristic, the phrasing, if I were you, if it were me. Yeah, that's not the same. This is not what we're looking for. Selling a service to help people locate professionals does not come with all these risks you've made up. Yeah, it seems like, I mean, that's kind of my thing. It's like $40 just for a recommendation, and the $40 is refundable. I think most people just get on Google and like click on the first name and just check and see if they accept their insurance, and then go to the next one if they don't. I think that that's what most people do. I could be wrong, but I think that's what most people do, is they're not doing a whole lot of research or looking through any more information other than, do you accept my insurance and where are you located? That's about it. Kyla already has a lot more to her process, and so pretty sure most people also look at reviews. Maybe. I don't know if that's true. I doubt it's most people, but we can say a lot of people probably also look at reviews. Probably something between reading Google reviews and looking to one that's easy AF to get to. Yeah. But yeah, maybe we'll have to come back to this tomorrow, and if anybody can find anything, you can send it to me on Discord or post it in content suggestions. With the fact that I gotta edit the other stuff and post it, I might just go ahead and end it here. I was talking to Sassafras about this the other day, because somebody posted in my Discord saying that I get to all of the stuff after everybody else. Somebody posted this in the Discord the other day, and I thought, it's literally the opposite of that. It's literally the opposite of that. I get to everything before everybody else. Like, most everybody else who covers this sort of stuff, they're streaming during the day. And then most of the people that we're covering are streaming at night, or like in the evening, afternoon to night. And then I get on and I get to cover everything that happened through the whole freaking day. And it seems like I'm getting to everything well before anybody else is, pretty consistently now. So I think it's weird that somebody would say I always get to everything after everybody else, when it's the exact opposite. Tomfoolery I can't imagine she hasn't earned more than an average person. She hasn't learned more than the average person about how to match people with a professional at her addiction job. That's kind of my thing. You are selling a health-related product service with no license or anything. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen, and it sounds unethical from limited info I've heard. I could do it Tuesday. Like I said, I could do it. Anybody can recommend people. We're more so like nobody can get sued for giving recommendations and charging for it. It's just like whether or not we think it's ethical, which I think as long as you're being upfront with your qualifications, like as long as Kyla is actually, as long as she actually has all of the, how long have you been streaming? There was another stream that went on for about 6 hours, and then I had to take it down. Something popped up on the screen that I didn't want to be on the screen, and so I ended the stream and privated it, and now I need to edit it to put it back up. But leveraging your credentials to do it is severely unethical. Not leveraging your credentials. You have to be upfront with your credentials. As long as you are upfront with your credentials, I don't see any issue with it. So as long as I tell people, hey, I have no qualifications here. I have nothing that gives me more information than the layman. I've never even had therapy before. But if you'd like, you can pay me some money and I will do all the work for you of searching, going through reviews, finding somewhere close to you, checking their credentials, checking all, their, just checking stuff. Okay. Like it's not leveraging your credentials. You're supposed to give your credentials. Is a doctor leveraging their credentials by putting like PhD on the door? Like, no, of course not. That leveraging your credentials is such a weird way. You guys are trying so hard to twist this stuff in a weird way. I don't get it. But yeah, I don't care if you're a plumber, as long as you are upfront with your credentials and then say, yeah, I'll charge you for a recommendation. I personally see absolutely no issue with it. Again, as long as you are upfront with your credentials. It's not just the busy work she's selling, though, right? She's saying, with my background, I can analyze and match you to a doctor. We went over all of like the steps that she goes through, so you can go look at it. I just had the paper up a little bit ago, but yeah, she's saying that she's able to analyze it better than the layman. She's only charging $40, and it's refundable. So, yeah. Like she's just saying, I have more information than most people, and so if you'd like, I can help you. If you want me to, I will charge you for it. She's not going to do all that work for people consistently without charging, but yeah. Didn't she say she didn't even charge Tuna? Yeah, Tuna is irrelevant at this point. Like, now we're just talking about whether or not it's ethical or not. Like, I'm not a licensed electrician, but I've done electrical work for a ton of people. I've never pretended to be a licensed electrician, but I've done a ton of electrical work for a lot of homes, a lot of apartments, a lot of businesses. Obviously, it's different in terms of ethics and stuff, but the, what do you call it? The credentials, that like being upfront about your credentials and then doing a job, you could get sued. No, you can't. As long as you don't pretend to be a licensed electrician, no, you cannot get sued. There are few jobs that actually require a license to do the job. The difference with that is you're accepting the risk, but in this situation, it's literally just maybe you should go there. Well, yeah, but for her, like, she's willing to give the refund, right? So, yes, like tax preparation. I know tons of people who have absolutely no schooling in I'm too tired for this, dude. I can't think of words. I am way too tired. And like accounting or anything like that, and they all like, I know tons of people who do taxes for people every year. So again, medical scenarios, ethics with medical stuff is very different generally, and it has different standards and a different bar that we would hold people to. I just don't know if it's as high as they do. So like we mentioned, I think it was yesterday, that with the Dr. K stuff with Mr. Girl, I disagreed with him in the way that he went about it and a lot of the issues that he had with Dr. K and like how hyperbolic he got with it. But he felt like Dr. K should be held to this insane standard that I don't think most people actually agree with. And I'm fine with people having that like opinion. It's just it is an opinion, and there doesn't seem to be like much regulation on this sort of stuff, so it's not a big deal. The thing about this is that this specific situation is not even medical. It's a recommendation. Sunday just hates Erudite and refuses to approach reality with it. What he's saying, though, is that she doesn't actually have... So he's saying that she's using titles that make her sound like she has more information than she actually does. He's saying she's using titles to put herself up on this pedestal and then say, I actually have a lot more information than I actually have, and then this is swindling people into paying her for recommendations that they should not be paying her for. The thing is, I like, yeah, I would imagine just I think if somebody, so you know how Dr. K has like a bunch of life coaches that have literally no background in psychology whatsoever. They've never even taken like philosophy classes or anything. They're just life coaches, and that's it. And anybody can be a life coach, and you can just call in and talk to these coaches. This is and then those coaches can give you recommendations to therapists afterwards as well. So it's okay to charge for any advice, Tom? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't it be? Like, again, as long as you are not pretending to have credentials that you don't have. So these coaches, every time somebody calls in, they say, I am not a licensed therapist. I do not have a degree in psychology. Like, they go down a list of things that they do not have and say, I'm just here to listen to you. I'm just a coach. That's all, right? Like, and then they can give you a recommendation to a therapist afterwards. These people have no expertise in anything. They just have ears and a mouth and eyes. That's it. Aren't they called consultants? What? Who's they? What is there new Myron stuff? I don't know what you mean. Zach. 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 I'm declaring myself a life coach. Gib. Give me money and I will give you a phone number for a psychologist. Yes, you can literally do this. Nobody's going to give you the money because you don't actually have any expertise or any reason for them to give you the money, but you can do that. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing against that. As long as you actually have the credentials that you claim to have, or you don't have credentials that you're not claiming to have, then it's all fine. There's no reason any of this should be an issue. I'm just saying there's a ton of consultants out there that just get paid for their opinion, usually useless. Yeah. Yep. They're called streamers, sassafras. True.